All right. It is December 6, 2022, our regular council meeting calling to order. Just notice to the public that council may vote to go into executive session for any of the agendized items for legal advice. Roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Here, and I'll be in person shortly.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present via Teams.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Here.
All right. Councilmember House, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you. And the mission statement of the City of Flagstaff. Mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. Councilmember McCarthy, our land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as their home. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. We're down to agenda item number 4, our approval of minutes from previous meetings. This is the consideration and approval of minutes from October 19th, 2021 to November 15th, 2022. Any concerns from council before approval?
Mayor, I move to approve all the minutes as listed in the agenda. That's item 4A.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. We're down to agenda item number 5, our general public participation. Do we have anyone online or otherwise filled out a card?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Excellent. Moving right along then. We're down to agenda item number 6, our council liaison reports. And I will start with Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Housing Commission met last week and we discussed the Thorpe Park Annex update, revisions to the carbon neutrality plan, and an overview of the Sustainability Division. There were also updates on the 10-year housing plan, year 1 implementation plan, ARPA and CDBG funds, and Habitat Starter Home pilot project. The Open Space Commission met actually yesterday and had a robust discussion through a strategic planning and visioning exercise. There was great conversation about the potential for partnership and relationship building with other commissions to ensure both an open space voice at the table and collaborative approaches to thoughtfully meeting Flagstaff's community priorities. So 2 great meetings. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I was struggling with my mute button. A few things, bear with me, I'll try to be quick. The Bicycle Advisory Committee met last week, had a really good meeting, discussed a letter of recommendation that the Transportation Commission has been working on in regards to building up Martin's team and funding the Big Shift / the Vision Zero plan. So stay posted for that, council, coming soon. And then there was a sneak peek of the 15% design for the Butler and Beaver protected intersection. Super excited to see that. We don't have funding to do that. It's $1 million, but we're looking. So stay posted on that as well. This Wednesday, the Indigenous Commission is meeting at noon, and the Transportation Commission is meeting this Wednesday at 4 p.m. And the Pedestrian Advisory Committee is meeting this Thursday at 4:30 p.m. My last update is probably my longest, and it's from Mountain Line. So Mountain Line is in the process of updating their strategic plan and will be adding a new 12 to 18-month work plan to illustrate tasks between worked on to support Mountain Line's goals and objectives. Some examples include implementing the next 5-year transit plan, developing a succession and cross-training program to encourage employee development and growth, and conducting a public education and contribution of transit to the community. With the return to full schedule in January 2023, Route 10, which is the one on campus, it's going to be refreshed to reduce frequencies of vehicles to meet peak demand windows and hopefully improve capacity in the peak demand times. This will result in some savings to overall system capacity in the peak demand times, and will result in savings to overall system. But goal is to improve the rider experience on the high demand routes. Northern Arizona Health has been provided with a drafted service agreement that includes bus service that is every 30 minutes in frequency in phase 1 and 20-minute frequency in phase 2. Staff are meeting with NAH later this month. Okay, this is a little bit outdated because staff has already met with NAH, and we'll hear more about that later today. That is all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Vice Mayor Sweet.
Thank you. Some exciting updates for BPAC. All 4 beautification and action applicants were awarded their grant funding. There's 1 pollinator education mural on the sustainable building. 2 is the Killip Elementary School Community Garden Greenhouse. 3, Flagstaff High School Centennial Timeline. And 4, the Chocolata mural next to the business in Kachina Square. Another big decision was made, and they approved the DCC Grove sculpture, which is beautiful and super exciting. So that is my update.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Metro Plan met this week, and they elected me to be chair for another year. This will be my 3rd year. And Geronimo Vasquez is elected vice chair. Of course, Geronimo is on the County Board of Supervisors. And as Mr. Shimoni already mentioned, I went to the Bicycle Advisory Committee meeting this last week, and we have some other meetings coming up, but he's covered that. So I'll leave it at that.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the update, Jim, from Metro Plan. We had that meeting as well as a planning meeting with city staff. And on Friday, we held our joint Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Council 501c partnership 501c3 meeting over at USGS. It was one of our quarterly in-person meetings, and we elected a new vice chair as well. Outgoing city council member from the city of Sedona is being replaced by an incoming council member from Sedona. And we also heard about an hour-long presentation from the Arizona State climatologist, Aaron Saffel. Really good conversation coming out of that. Lots to report in terms of technical advisory reports and government affairs, with changes at the state house and elsewhere. Going to be a lot of interesting conversations about water policy, especially with rural groundwater management coming down the pike from there. That's all I'll report for now.
Thank you. And Councilmember Salas?
Hello, everyone. Again, pardon my inability to show up in person, as I'm still getting over this nasty cold. I'm getting better every day, but I still have the sniffles, so I decided to stay home to make sure that everyone is safe. The Parks and Recreation Commission meeting had a meeting last November 21st. The most interesting discussion happened about potential private partnership to pursue a running track at the park in Cheshire. I look forward for the Parks and Recreation and Open Space and Events Department to explore developing that partnership, and I hope it will be in front of future council pretty soon. The Tourism Commission held a meeting on November 22nd. There is an ongoing survey in preparation for Discover Flagstaff strategic planning. So I'm pretty sure everyone council received the memo from Mr. Trace Ward, our director for Discover Flagstaff. And please fill out that survey by this Friday, December 9th. Also, as part of Metro Plan uh, board member, I represent a Metro Plan in the statewide Rural Transportation Advocacy Council, on which I serve as vice chair until December 20th, when my last day on council, because there's a meeting on December 19th. But I presided the RTAC meeting held last week, November 28th, and the coalition or collective of 11 metropolitan planning organizations and councils of government composing RTAC have solidified the decision to pursue a 300 million one-time allocation, direct allocation from the state surplus budget to go to transportation projects in rural Arizona from Fredonia to Yuma. This means 15.6 million, if passed, will go to Metroplan. And at the December 1st meeting, December 1st meeting with Metroplan last Thursday, the board has unanimously approved to prioritize 5 projects that will be funded by the 15.6 million. And the project includes flood mitigations on Highway 180 and 89, the Lone Tree Overpass, and JW Bridge over I-17 expansion, which is already in the capital 5-year plan with with ADOT. So that process is continuing and strategizing at the next meeting for RTAC December 19th on how the organization will push for lobbying for the proposed Greater Arizona, rural Arizona transportation projects, which will be the 300 million. Just a quick note. I guess I'm calling on Madam Vice Mayor and Council Member Sweet. I'm sorry, Madam Vice Mayor Sweet and Council Member House. I've been meaning to talk to you in person about about the future of the future seat for the Metroplan board, and because I hope someone will continue the leadership role I've been playing on Metroplan and RTAC after December 20th. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. With that, I did want to mention one little minor change to the agenda this evening. Agenda item 11A, which is a resolution naming the Milligan House at the Discover Flagstaff Convention and Visitors Bureau Administration Facility, the Debbie L. Grogan Memorial CVB Conference Room. We will be holding that agenda item just before the public hearing regarding the Flagstaff Regional Plan change. Should be quick, just a little change to respect the family and friends who may be here for that naming change, and then can get into the more thorough discussion we're expecting for that regional plan. Thank you. With that, we are down to agenda item 7A. This is the consideration of appointment for the Commission on Diversity Awareness, and this is for one appointment to a term expiring September 2023. And Councilmember Salas, if you would like to suggest your appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is my honor to nominate the appointment of Angelica Maria Sanchez for a term expiring September 2023.
Excellent. I second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Moving right along, we're down to our consent items, agenda item 8. And I would like to move to approve all of the consent items as listed in the agenda.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Moving right along, we're down to agenda item 9A. This is our routine items. Consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2022-24. An ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the acquisition of real property interests for the Milton Road and University Avenue right-of-way project, providing for delegation of authority, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date. Dan.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before this item begins, I'm going to recuse myself from this item. I have a potential conflict with my other employment.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. This is a second reading, so I do have the presentation if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'm just here to answer those questions.
Excellent. Council, any questions at this time before take a motion? Go ahead.
Mayor, I move that we read ordinance 2022 2022-24
There's a comment.
by
One moment.
title only for
All
the
right, there's a
final
comment.
time.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan?
Comment in the chat from Shimoni, I believe.
Councilmember Shimoni?
Mr. Mayor, if just procedural wise, if you
I-
could call for a second first and then for further
Yep,
discussion.
I
Thanks.
second that motion. Any further discussion? Councilmember Shimoni, please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Aslan. I'll be brief. I have a feeling I know how this vote is going to go, but I just wanted to voice for the public and for everyone that I am going to be voting no on this again. And I spoke a lot to this last time it came up, but it's just due to the process and how this additional $9 million was approved. And so I just think we need a better process moving forward, Mayor, council, staff, and I hope we learn from this. Thank you, and thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries in a 5-1 vote. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the acquisition of real property interests for the Milton Road and University Avenue right-of-way project, providing for delegation of authority, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. Councilman McCarthy?
I move to adopt ordinance 2022-24.
I second that motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Again, that motion carries 5-1. We're down to agenda item 9B. This is the consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2022-31, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff abandoning approximately 5,237 square feet of public right-of-way at the northwest corner of Fontaine Street and Hoskins Avenue, providing for delegation of authority, repeal of conflicting ordinance, severability, and establishing an effective date. Mr. Vogt.
Good evening. This is also a second read on an ordinance that was presented 2 weeks ago. As you may recall, we're abandoning some right-of-way adjacent to a property owned by NAU, and we're looking to exchange that for some future rights on our side, and we're going to retain, I think it's 20 feet on the south end so that we can connect the foots through. And again, if you have any questions, I can pull up the map if you'd like to look at it.
Excellent. Any questions from council? Not seeing any, I move to read ordinance number 2022-31 by title only for the final time.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff abandoning approximately 5,237 square feet of public right-of-way at the northwest corner of Fountain Street and Hoskins Avenue, providing for delegation of authority, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. I move to adopt ordinance number 2022-31.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. We're down to agenda item 9C, consideration and approval of contract, construction manager at risk construction services agreement with Eagle Mountain Construction Incorporated for the Beulah University roadway project.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, David Peterson, Capital Improvements Project Manager. It's with great excitement to get to stand here before you today in a project that's been in the works for over 20 years. So thank you for your time this afternoon. The Beulah University project is located at the intersection, centered at the intersection of University and Milton, approximately about a mile north of the interchange of I-40 and I-17. The project extent goes from Knowles on the eastern end, the NAU entrance, comes west to the intersection of University and Milton. Continuing west, we have the new roundabout over here. I also want to point out that the existing University Avenue on this map comes across here. So one of the objectives of this project is to realign University Avenue to University Drive, so you can see that seamless connection here. The pedestrian underpass is located just north of the University and Milton intersection. And then we're extending Beulah Boulevard north from approximately the current northern terminus between those two hotels, extending northward into the roundabout. As you can imagine, with the project that's been going this long, we have a lot of people to say thanks to in this project. Shepard Westnitzer, who's present with us today, is the design engineer on this project. Kimley Horn has been instrumental in the roundabout with our bike and ped modifications. At the time, we presented a roundabout that was only a couple examples of that type of roundabout in the country. So being a pioneer with this type of roundabout, large part due to Kimley Horn. Eagle Mountain Construction is our CMAR contractor. The GMP award for tonight is with Eagle Mountain Construction. And then also pointing out the P3, so the city being one of those three partners, along with Vintage Partners and ADOT, as well as Northern Arizona. We've been working with them intimately in the last couple of years and prior. Mountain Lion as well, with the bus lanes to come on the forthcoming slides. And then the multitude of city staff, both retired and those that are currently here with us. There's been a lot of people that have worked on this project, so I stand on the giant shoulders of those that have come before me. It's an honor. As well as community members, business owners, and property owners in our community as well in this area. And then both this city council and previously seated city councils as well. We can make a whole other presentation on just the timeline of this project. So I tried to carefully just pull out some milestones to bring up tonight and talk about. Back in 2000, we approved or voters approved, I should say, excuse me, Proposition 403, which is what's going to be referred to as the old transportation tax. Council approved the P3 agreement with ADOT and VP back in 2014. And then back in 2018, SWI began designing with the city this project. So it's been in design for about 4 years, as well as the development agreement with Vintage Partners that was also approved by council back in 2018. And then our June 2021 discussion on the bike and ped enhancements to the roundabout. And then back in September of 21, we brought on Eagle Mountain Contractor. They were selected by an RSOQ committee to be the construction contractor, as well as being on board for the rest of the design from September or October on through today. We updated City Council back in October of 21, and then there was a first amendment to the DA agreement with Vintage Partners. And then in June of '22, we did a CCR to City Council and to the public, as well as the adoption of fiscal '23 budget. And then here we are today hopefully approving the GMP for CMAR construction contract, as well as this month we concluded the final design of the project and the value engineering items that we'll cover here in the coming slides. Before we get there, I wanted to just touch on a couple of the components of the project. I know we've been in front of you with several discussions on this project, and there's some items that we've talked about more than others. So I just wanted to quickly point out some of the points of this project, some of the components. The bike and ped focused roundabout, as well as the underpass under Milton, which will remove any surface crossing of pedestrians and bikes across Milton Road. The new 11-foot shared use bike paths, predominantly on the west side of this, but we're also improving some of the foot trails on the east side as well, coming out of that underpass. The new dedicated bus lanes in partnership with Mountain Line, as previously mentioned, as well as the bus rapid transit stops on the new portion of Beulah just south of the roundabout. One aspect we haven't talked a whole lot about is the underground infrastructure. So we will be installing a little over 1.5 miles of water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure. The units are just linear foot if you look at the numbers on the screen, as well as improving drainage issues on University Drive, especially going into NAU. Realigning University Ave to match University Drive, as I previously had mentioned. And then we have new dark sky compliant streetlights, as well as lighting in the pedestrian tunnel as well. And then there's a little over 3,600 linear feet of the extension of the fiber optic conduit going in as well. And now construction costs. So as we are all aware of, in the last couple of years, our world has changed quite a bit, and availability of materials, cost of materials has changed quite a bit as well. So working with Eagle Mountain Construction, we try to put in a timeline of approximately the last year to see how costs have changed, availability has changed. We look at the last year because Eagle Mountain was brought on board last fall. And being a construction contractor, they're very in tune with working on projects and availability of materials, cost of materials, and that estimate is really nice coming from someone that deals with that every day. So as you can see here, we have fuel and oil costs top of the list with increases in the last year. Asphalt, concrete, and subgrade. So subgrade is going under any place that we have concrete or asphalt. So rising costs in those astronomically raise the cost of the project. And then you can see after that is pipe fittings, and various the underpass structure as a whole as well. So around late summer, early fall, we try to cultivate some ideas on how we could bring some savings to this project. And I want to point out here that one of the key aspects here is that we didn't want to reduce the scope of the project. So we didn't want to cut out the underpass, we didn't want to cut out the roundabout, we wanted to leave the project as a whole, but really find where we can find some cost savings in the project. So working with our team, we really came up with just under $670,000 in savings, and that really came from about 6 items that we focused on. So one is the erosion control materials that we're using to stabilize slopes, really evaluating what slopes those need to go on, how much material we need to put down, what type of material that we need to put down. Also, because of our great communication in this project, Mountain Lion and NAU both have upcoming projects. We're going to have about 47,000 cubic yards of smashed up pulverized rock and dirt that we have to remove from this project. Both NAU and Mountain Lion have upcoming projects where they need to purchase that fill. So rather than hauling in their fill and us hauling off our fill, we can work with them to really shorten that haul distance and pass dirt back and forth, essentially. So there's a great savings there and a great partnership there as well. We were able to modify some of the Milton medians. As you can see out there today, the in and out medians are being constructed, and our medians are going to tie right into those medians. So we were able to do some modifications to those to do some cost savings, as well as the reconfiguration of the stairs going into the pedestrian underpass as well. And then we did some landscaping modifications to reduce costs as well. And then finally, a product called GeoGrid is used in the section of the road to be able to reduce the amount of asphalt you need and the amount of subgrade that you need. So those 6 components cumulatively added about $670,000 in savings to the project. And then looking at the timeline of construction costs, again, I'm focusing on 2022 for 3 main reasons. One, we have further cultivated design plans. So once you have further progressed design plans, you have a better idea of the quantities, the materials that are needed for construction. So as those plans finalize, you have a much better idea of what accurate costs and representations of those costs are. And then again, pointing out that the estimates would be coming from our construction contractor, rather than earlier in the process, they come from design engineers, which is a wonderful estimate, but they work with the contractors and previous projects to estimate a project. So your estimate is really coming from those that are in the field, again, every day constructing, knowing the costs in real time, essentially. So as you can see on the screen here, we started with the GMPs from Eagle Mountain based on the progression of plans. Back in January, it's 17.3 million. March at 18.5 million. And then in April at 19.1 million, at which time we put a kind of a pause on that and tried to begin the process of figuring out, maybe incorporating value engineering, how we can really, again, bring down costs on the project. And happy to say that in the last 8 months, we've increased that just slightly over 1%, up to 19.3 million. So that is a great victory for the team, and I think that's says a lot in what has happened in the last 8 months. So just also wanted to touch briefly on budget for the construction of this project. In the authorized fiscal year 23 budget, we have 22.139 million, and that's broken down from 3 sources. Proposition 419, or the new transportation tax, is just a little under, 11.9 million. Proposition 403, or the old transportation tax, is a little under 8.6 million. And then per that development agreement with Vintage Partners, they're contributing 1.65 million going towards the underpass expenses. And then really just briefly wanted to touch a little bit on the actual construction project itself. So we'll be ideally starting in spring of this year or next year, spring of 23, going through summer of 25 in what's 3 construction seasons. And it's one seamless project with 2 phases. So I don't want anyone to get alarmed that phasing is, there's a break or anything. It's one seamless project, but there's 2 phases. And the first phase is going to be the roundabout, the utilities, the west side ramp work, and really most of the work west of Milton. And we're looking at approximately 15 to 17 months to construct that. Phase 2 is going to be the pedestrian underpass as well as surface improvements, which include things like landscaping, striping, really finalizing the project. And that's 12 to 14 months. And the reason that phase 1 has the roundabout is working with ADOT, we've figured out a detour route for Milton traffic. And that is going to implement, though it won't be open to the public fully, but it will be a detour route for Milton traffic while the pedestrian underpass is being installed. And on that note, the pedestrian underpass is going to be formed, poured, and cured off-site. So it'll be precast. So it'll be excavated and installed as precast concrete, so we don't have to wait for that to cure and further delay closures on Milton. So I wanted to point that out too, that we're trying to expedite there will be impacts to Milton, obviously, but we're trying to minimize those impacts. And then we've also communicated with our community members, our business members, as well as NAU. We obviously want to coordinate in a way that doesn't interfere, or at least impactful interference with graduation, welcome week, parents week. There's a lot of traffic through that gateway entrance there. So making sure that we have that communication open. We also have Beta PR on board as well as part of this contract to help us with the communication effort. And I also wanted to point out that the former ADOT property, which is now owned by Vintage Partners, will be the construction yard. It's very centrally located in the project, but it also has the blessing of being a hardscape because it has all that asphalt. So we can store material equipment on that. It'll help with dust abatement in a very busy area. So with that, special thanks to City Council, our community members, the project team, and all the stakeholders in getting us to this exciting day. With that, I will open it to comments and questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments from council before I take a motion? Or happy to take a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve item 9C.
And that is to approve the construction manager at risk construction services agreement with Eagle Mountain Construction for a guaranteed maximum price of $19,010,333 and a contract duration of 850 calendar days. Just to clarify.
And Mr. Mayor, if you could include items 2 and 3 as well in that.
As well as approve an owner's contingency of $299,000, which is 1.55% of the guaranteed maximum price, and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents.
Yes,
That's what you're getting at?
I second.
yes.
We have a second from Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have some questions. Is it appropriate for me to ask questions at this time?
Yes, please.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. A couple questions. Do you know the speeds entering into the roundabout? Were we able to bring those down to 25 or so miles an hour?
Member Shimoni, I do not have that number off the top of my head. We can get back to you on that number unless,
Okay, I know
Jeff
we
Bauman,
were looking into that.
I would like to confirm it before.
Okay. Okay, very good. And then I just have another question. Do we make any progress with ADOT in regards to an at-grade crossing at Milton to complement the underpass?
Councilmember Shimoni, we did have that conversation and there was not support on their end to facilitate that ability to have that at-grade crossing.
Okay. And then Mayor and Council and staff and all those tuning in, my other comment is really just, we've learned a lot in this process, and I do have massive concerns around a 2-lane roundabout, especially if we're calling it bike and ped focused. I think we've learned that you can't have a 2-lane roundabout and be bike ped focused. It's specifically for the movement of vehicles. We're accommodating bike ped the best we can, which I'm proud about, but I think the ultimate underlining value is moving cars, and I think we need to be upfront about that. Mayor, given the cost, $22.1 million in total, I'm not supportive of this project. I really do respect and appreciate all those who have worked on this, and I have a feeling it's going to pass, but I just think this is a huge price tag for a project that really focuses on the movement of vehicles and can be very potentially dangerous. But I hope I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember McCarthy.
Over the last year, you spent some time trying to take money out of this project. Did you ever consider making the roundabout a traditional intersection, and would that have saved significant money?
Councilmember McCarthy, Jeff Bauman would probably be a better resource for answering that question. The intersection was looked at prior to my joining this project 3-4 years ago, but I know it was analyzed as part of the initial scope and plan of the project.
Thank you.
All right, we do have a motion on the table from Councilmember McCarthy, seconded by Councilmember Salas. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Salas?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer my comment before going on a vote. Just reminding us and the members of the public, and I highly respect Council Member Shimoni's point of view. But keep in mind that this project has been approved by voters and funded by voters back in May 2000, and it took us over more than 22 years to get this far. And just in the last 4 years, council and staff has spent multiple countless hours discussing this item and the design of this project. So now we're at the point of approving a contract. So let's please move forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion before vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries 6-1. And no, we don't have to go to city clerk on this one. Thank you. All right, and with the slight change in the agenda, we are going to start with what is stated as Agenda Item 11A. This is the consideration and adoption of Resolution Number 2022-57, a resolution naming the Milligan House at the Discover Flagstaff Convention and Visitors Bureau Administration and facility to Debbie L. Grogan Memorial CVB Conference Room. All right. Let's go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Meg Roderer with Discover Flagstaff. I just wanted to acknowledge that Debbie's family is online. Jen Grogan, her grandma, aunt, and dad are online listening, and it's a very emotional time for them. And the reason we are doing this resolution is to honor the memory and to tribute to Debbie Grogan. She was our Tourism Commissioner Chair while she was with us, and she's a pillar of the community. She has outstanding festivals that are still in operation, which is the Flagstaff Oktoberfest, as well as the Flagstaff Blues and Brews, which still happen now, and Jen Grogan carries that on. Also want to mention this is a process that has taken some time, and it is in accordance with the naming change ordinance. So just to bring this full circle for everyone, that this resolution naming the CVB conference room after Debbie L. Grogan has been a process, and it's in tribute to honor a member of our community. We have Tourism Commissioner here today, Terry Medeska, as well as other Tourism Commission stakeholders and staff here to support this effort as well. So if there are no further comments, I will turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Vice Mayor.
I did have the opportunity to know Debbie through many years, and I'm excited to see this in front of us tonight and would offer my support.
Thank you. Well, would you like to place a motion, Vice Mayor?
I would be more than honored. I move to read resolution number 2022-57 by title only.
I second that motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council of the City of Flagstaff naming the Milligan House at the Discover Flagstaff Convention and Visitors Bureau Administrative Facility, the Debbie L. Grogan Memorial CVB Conference Room.
Vice Mayor.
I move to adopt resolution number 2022-57.
I second the motion. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to offer a comment.
Yes,
Brigitte, yeah.
Councilmember
Thank
Sills.
you. Yeah, I had the honor and privilege of knowing and working with the late Miss Debbie Grogan, as she was a pillar of the community, serving as chair of our tourism commission, and was a stalwart advocate for tourism and community vitality and events in our community. So I lift up the memory of Miss Debbie, and of course, Jan, her daughter, who also serves our tourism commission currently, and their family. This is an auspicious moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? That carries unanimously. All right, well then with that, we are moving to agenda item 10A. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2022-56, A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council amending the Flagstaff Regional Plan 2030 to change the place type designation within a future suburban activity center, S16, from neighborhood scale to regional scale on maps 21, 22, and 24. Move the center point of a future suburban activity center, S16, north and east on maps 21, 22, and 24. Change the area type designation on map 21 and 22 from area in white and existing rural future suburban to existing employment for approximately 28 acres. And realign a future circulation road corridor on map 25, generally located at 1120 West Purple Sage Trail, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Before we get started, I will need to be recusing myself from this due to a conflict of interest, and we'll be handing this over to Vice Mayor Sweet for the conduct of the meeting. But we'll return upon the conclusion to continue the agenda. Due to the timing, Vice Mayor, I think maybe if we could, take a break right afterward, then it would be a suitable time for coming back. So, as suggested, but it is up to you.
I think that sounds like a plan.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I will now open the public hearing. Tiffany, take it away.
Actually, Vice Mayor, if I may, I did
Please.
put a C in the chat. I just wanted to remind everybody with the public hearing procedures that are in the rules of procedures. It's specifically Rule 9.02 A through F. The chair will be announcing and going through the order in which we follow the public hearing procedures. So thank you for that. I appreciate it, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And another housekeeping request by myself, if my colleagues can please put a C or a Q in the chat box so I know who to call on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor and Council. Tiffany Antall, Zoning Code Manager, here tonight to present a minor regional plan amendment. The mayor did a great job of just listing off what all of the proposals are, or the amendments that are proposed tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into the meat of the matter. This is the subject property. It is approximately 172.6 acres, which currently consists of about 17 different tax parcels. The proposed development is eventually a 1.26 million square foot hospital and medical offices. Right now, the initial first phase of that hospital is about around the 750,000 mark, with an ACC or ambulatory care center around 250,000 square feet. Eventually, there are phase 2 of this development includes potentially other developments, including 315 residential dwelling units as part of mixed-use development, and other non-residential uses, including retail and lodging, as well as research and development uses, and of course, approximately 31 acres of open space. So I'll dig into each one of the pieces of this amendment. And the first step is that we're changing the place type designation within a future suburban activity center from neighborhood scale to regional scale, and we're relocating that activity center. So here's 2 amendments, 1 slide. So the place types, which are designated in our regional plan, are those areas that are labeled as activity centers or corridors or neighborhoods. And these areas provide the framework for density and intensity of mix of uses within those areas. Activity centers are mixed-use areas where there is a concentration of commercial and other land uses, typically defined by a pedestrian shed. The pedestrian shed is that larger quarter-mile circle around the centroid of the activity center. In this case, there's a neighborhood suburban activity center, and these are intended to be smaller mixed-use centers at the intersection of collector streets and neighborhood access roads. So the big difference here is a regional suburban activity center is located, they're larger mixed-use centers located at the intersection of arterial roads. This particular activity center has always been designated at the intersection of 2 arterial roads, which is basically the future alignment of Woody Mountain Road and the future alignment of Beulah Boulevard. In that realm, it meets the standards for converting this activity center from neighborhood to scale to a regional scale, just based on the level of roads and the intersections that it exists at. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to realign this activity center. So as we get further into this request, you'll see that we're looking at changing the roadway corridors within the regional plan to support the alignment or the shape of the future hospital site. They're taking that activity center and moving it closer to where the new intersection of what would be Woody Mountain Road and Beulah Boulevard, and placing it directly over that hospital site. And that places that ped shed over a bulk of the overall planning area, not just the hospital itself, but it helps us focus that activity center closer on where we know will be the hospital being the hub of this activity center. The next one is we're amending map 21 and 22 to designate areas within the south portion of the activity center as an employment area. So right now we have area in white, we have existing rural and future suburban. Area in white is sort of a category that was applied to lands that fell under government ownership. And I think that because this parcel is so close to Fort Tuthill, that could be why, as you'll see that Fort Tuthill is area in white. The map isn't meant to be perfect. It's not meant to be a parcel by parcel map. So we've done cleanup over the time in regards to these areas in white. So the proposal here, as you'll see, is that area that's shaded dark gray is to put that in the employment category. Employment is a category we've lost overall in terms of the regional plan. It's also the most protected in terms of the regional plan. To take land outside of the employment category requires a major regional plan amendment. And in this case, adding this will support future rezonings that will add employment opportunities into our community. And lastly, the NAH is proposing to amend map 25 to realign a future road corridor. So as sort of previously discussed, you can see here, this is the existing regional plan. Beulah was intended to be realigned, move further away from its existing alignment. It would then run along the boundary of Fort Tuthill and connect here at Woody Mountain. A lot of this planning work was done many years ago, almost 2 decades ago, in regards to a large master plan residential community. And really the realignment and the continuing of this within our existing regional plan and in other planning documents is because the regional plan shows what is ultimately will be an underpass under I-17. So this is another way to alleviate the movement of transportation and traffic in an area that is already becoming tight with the existing 2-lane bridge at John Wesley Powell. So in this case, the intersection was moved in order to accomplish grade. In working with the applicant, we don't have final design of an intersection, but they are confident that they can make that work in accordance with design parameters. So this, in order to approve a rezoning in the future, a rezoning would have to show that that intersection will work with the future underpass in order to meet the findings of compliance with the regional plan. And lastly, the findings. So I'll go through the findings really quickly. The first one is compliance with the regional plan. There really is, that is the basic finding, is that these particular amendments are in conformance with the goals and policies of the regional plan itself. First off, taking a look at the vision, that the greater Flagstaff community embraces the region's extraordinary culture and ecological setting on the Colorado Plateau through active stewardship of the natural and built environments. Residents and visitors encourage and advance intellectual, environmental, social, and economic vitality for today's citizens and future generations. These proposed amendments are in alignment with the vision of the overall regional plan. Specifically, there was a very detailed policy analysis provided. I won't have time tonight to go through all of those policies for you, but in addition to those goals and policies, there are particular standards provided in the regional plan, ones that help shape us and understand what should be within an activity center, what should be within a corridor, where corridors should be aligned, where activity centers should be located. And while the goals and policies are very broad, and it's easy to get into the weeds on the goals and policies in regards to the actual proposed development, we're just focusing on the goals and policies in accordance with these particular amendments. Remember that these amendments do not grant the entitlements. An entitlement case will follow. That entitlement case of the rezoning in a specific plan will need to find conformance with these plan amendments as proposed, if approved. So what I can tell you is that there really hasn't been a private development request to modify a future activity center since the regional plan was adopted. But I could see more coming down the lane. The mix of land use zoning types within designated activity centers has changed little from year to year. The balance of zoning changes has come from specific plans or neighborhood plans, Southside, Plaza Vieja, mostly Southside. But future changes to activity centers are still expected. I mean, that's the point of them being labeled. This one in this case is labeled future. We know it's future because it lacks the infrastructure to consider it existing. And in order to make that activity center work, we have to work through all of those infrastructure components. So you may hear a lot of concerns tonight about where we're going in terms of the traffic impact analysis, water and sewer, environmental stewardship. All of those things are being worked through in terms of that entitlement process. This regional plan amendment helps us set the scene, helps us know that we're heading down the right path in terms of those future entitlement cases. And the relocation of this activity center does have the potential to approximately add about 63 acres of commercial space and 35 acres of public space if a zoning map amendment is approved with this request. That's the first rezoning coming through. The second rezoning would be much larger. And since the adoption of the regional plan, there has really been only one amendment increasing the employment area type. And there's been one amendment converting approximately 36.5 acres. That was on McMillan Mesa. There was a larger area. So we're building back. And it seems like a good trade. We've preserved McMillan Mesa, but we're adding back employment in an area that is close to arterial roadways and is close to a freeway interchange. The proposed amendment is supported by several of the goals and policies within the plan, and the proposed location is an ideal candidate for this amendment. The goals and policies listed above in your staff report support the finding of conformance with the regional plan. And again, just talking about the road network, it's really all about, for us, being able to keep the possibility of that underpass in the future. The applicant is not anticipating having to construct this underpass as part of their development. The applicant will need to ensure that it's possible. And in terms of the citizen participation plan, there are a lot of cases being reviewed all together. The neighborhood meetings and citizen participation plan have all occurred together in combination. So folks have been getting a lot of information. There have been at least 3 official neighborhood meetings, although the applicant has held a lot more. You were provided links to their citizen participation plan to date. Those meetings have been held throughout this last year, starting in January of last year and finishing up at the end of this year. The common themes of support included economic development impact, better access to care and new clinical services, and the overall health and wellness vision. Common themes of concern included transit and bus service, access to the new campus, traffic, reuse of the existing NIH campus, helicopter ambulance noise, and building height. And I will tell you that those are all details we will dive into in depth as we go through those entitlement processes in the future. And staff leaves the proposed amendment, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended unanimously 7-0 to recommend approval to this to the City Council. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Tiffany. Council, let's wait on questions until after our presentation with NIH. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Sweet and council members. My name is Josh Tinkle. I'm the acting Chief Executive Officer for Northern Arizona Healthcare. And I presume we'll get a slide up here. Do we need to do this? There we go. As soon as that pulls up. There we are. Okay, we've got a presentation for you. We understand we have 10 minutes, so our pleasure to buzz through this pretty quick for everybody. Just quick about Northern Arizona Healthcare. We are a large not-for-profit healthcare delivery system here in Northern Arizona. We are a tax-exempt organization, so every dollar that we're able to make as an organization, we reinvest for the betterment of the community, services, infrastructure, and the staff and providers that work for us. We have about 3,000 employees in our healthcare system. We service close to 1 million people across the region, and that will become very relevant when we start to talk about the new campus. We are the only level 1 trauma center in the region in North Maricopa County. There are 13 level 1 trauma centers in the state of Arizona. 11 of those reside in Maricopa County or the greater Phoenix area, and what that really means is we bring a tertiary or a level 1 trauma designation for care. So should you need that emergent life-saving care, you come to Flagstaff Medical Center, and our emergency rooms are open to anyone who needs to seek that medical care regardless of their ability to pay. With that being said, about 25% of the patients that we care for at Flagstaff Medical Center are considered financially disadvantaged. Last fiscal year, in 2021 alone, we provided about $125 million in care for patients that would not have been able to afford those across our 50,000 square miles. We are the sole community provider of healthcare in Northern Arizona, and at any given time, about a third of the patients that we service at Flagstaff Medical Center are from our tribal nations, and about 60% of the patients at Flagstaff Medical Center do not reside within the city of Flagstaff. With that, I'm gonna hand it over to Steve, who's gonna talk a little bit about the current campus and what we're proposing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Council. Thanks for having us this afternoon. So just talk a little bit about what got us here. Everyone in this room is very familiar with the existing Flagstaff Medical Center, and it has served this community very well in its time. But where we stand right now is at a teetering point where we are unable to continue to grow to respond to the needs of the community and the region from a healthcare perspective. So our current facility as it stands right now is more than 25% smaller than current medical facilities. That is based specifically on a per square foot per bed. We are somewhere around 1,650 square feet per bed, and modern hospitals are being built more in the 2,400, 2,500 square feet per bed. And what that means to us is we start to lose capabilities from the support side of things, not only from a growth perspective, but from our ability to continue to react with the needs of technology and the needs of care as they evolve. Our inpatient beds span 5 different buildings. Very complicated to navigate our buildings from a wayfinding perspective. I think this aerial depicts well how we are bisected by major streets and also surrounded by major streets on all sides, which is the majority of the reason why we are incapable of growing where we are. We already have an upwards of a 900-foot push for some of our patients to get from their patient rooms to areas of care like imaging, surgery, trauma, and the emergency department. And anywhere we would go in any direction would only make that horizontal push even further. We currently don't have enough parking to meet the demands of the campus as it stands right now, and any future growth on campus would only compound that issue. And I think this next point is the most important of the points on this slide. In the past year, we have had to defer 5,600 patients from our community, outside of our community, and those deferrals were not based on acuity, meaning they weren't patients we couldn't take care of because of the level of care we provide. They were patients we couldn't fit in our building, and they were sent either to Phoenix or Las Vegas, and that only compounds their health issues as well as their financial issues. And you'll note that 55% of those patients who are being transferred off tribal lands. So a little bit about how that manifests itself on a day-to-day basis. This is an image of one of our ICU rooms. So the red square that is in the middle of the blue drawing, that is an outline of the size of our intensive care units. It is specifically the outline of that room that you see our staff trying to take care of a patient in. The blue box that is behind that red square is a 2022 code minimum ICU room in the state of Arizona. So if you were building a new hospital, which we are proposing, Arizona Department of Health Services would make you build that room at bare minimum to treat an intensive care unit patient. And there are multiple reasons why rooms have grown to this size. A lot of it has to do with just how much equipment is in rooms, how much staff it takes to do some of our complicated cases. you can see in the picture what it looks like for our team to try and do a code on one of our patients. There's no access at the head or foot of a bed. There is no direct sunlight in this room, which is also code mandated in the construction of hospitals in Arizona. There is no bathroom in this room, and there is also nowhere for the family to be. And as a matter of fact, on our intensive care unit as it stands now, there is nowhere for family to be in the entire department because we had to repurpose one of the waiting rooms into a storage facility because we couldn't meet the needs of storing our technology. I know we're here specifically to talk about regional plan amendment, but didn't want to gloss over the fact that this is what council will be seeing in the coming months. This is our plan to fix the ever-changing needs of healthcare for the region. This is approximately 180 acres that NAH owns, just west of I-10 off of Beulah. You'll see the large purple structure in the middle, which is the anchor tenant of this development and a replacement hospital for Flagstaff Medical Center, along with an ambulatory care center, which will centralize outpatient care and also move certain procedures that we currently do in an inpatient setting to an outpatient setting, which not only provides a better experience from a patient perspective, but also provides directly lower cost of care to our patients. What you'll see to the north of it, which is right on this image, is about 315 proposed housing units, along with some retail up at the north end. And then south of us, you'll see what we're envisioning is health-focused restaurant retail, along with some clinical partnerships, other medical office buildings, and hopefully being able to bring some levels of service and types of service to the community that we currently don't have, like hyperbaric and wound, and a robust oncology center that has all of what you need from a medical infusion, chemo infusion, and rad-onc perspective. And then further south in that blue area, you'll see what is a well into the future proposed research and development corridor, which is part of kind of the economic vitality, which Josh will talk about in a second.
Yeah, so one of the things that we are really concerned about as we move forward, we're talking a lot about the acute space and how we deliver care, but we do know that social determinants of health are also indicative of the overall health of a community. And so why you're seeing a bigger proposed development is that we know that lifestyle factors along with behavior and economic determinants determine the overall health of a community that we service. And one of the great things about the Health and Wellness Village is that we were able to start to bring some of those social determinants together to help further the wellness of the community that we service. And Steve will talk a little bit about how we see that splitting up in the campus.
Thank you. So this is a pretty rough layout of our proposed development, but wanted to kind of touch on how we touch on all 5 of these social determinants of health. So up at the top, neighborhood and built environment. We know we have a housing crisis here in Flagstaff, and part of our proposal is to add at minimum 315 multifamily residential units in to help that crisis. Healthcare and quality, obviously the anchor tenant of this campus with the new hospital and ambulatory care center. Social and community context, so 30 acres of untouched land to the west of us that will act as a buffer between us and the neighbors to the west, as well as be open park space for the community to be used. So it will be open 24/7 for community use. We are already in coordination to make sure it connects into the Foots Trails and working with Parks and Recreations to see what kind of active recreation and passive recreation we can have in the area to engage the community. In addition to that, education, access, and quality. Already talking with potential partnerships with NAU to build a co-joined simulation center so that their students and our nurses can continue their medical education, and also partnerships with other referring healthcare physicians in order for us to continue to grow what we bring to the community. And then finally, that economic stability component where we're hoping to broaden research and development for the community and bring good paying jobs to the community. I know we are on limited time, so I won't read every one of these, but these are specifically out of the policies and guidelines that Tiffany had mentioned during her presentation. So I won't have to go through every one of these, but we wanted to specifically call out where in our plan we specifically tie to the policies and guidelines that are in the City of Flagstaff's current plan. So a balance of housing with our 315 units, well-designed activity centers and corridors, corridors with a variety of employment, business, shopping, civic engagement, cultural opportunities, and residential choices. I think we bring every one of those to the table with our proposed development. Improving mobility and access throughout the region, as well as establishing a functional, safe, and aesthetic hierarchy of roads and streets. So part of this regional plan amendment is some modification to the proposed street alignments that we've been working on with planning and traffic to make sure they function for not only our proposal, but for the future growth of Flagstaff in that corridor. Make available a variety of housing types at different price points to provide housing opportunity for all economic sectors. So as I said earlier, we will be providing housing as part of our development if approved. We also think our development could be a springboard for future development in that corridor as we continue to bring infrastructure to that area. Supporting and encouraging an excellent educational system that promotes critical thinking and job training programs at all levels, right? So that's the educational component, and us trying to tie in with not only CCC and NAU to continue and foster partnerships through the region. And then promoting the continued physical and economic viability of the region's commercial districts by focusing investment on existing and new activity centers. So our proposed development is obviously bringing some of that to a new activity center, and in our economic development impact report, which we had done by a third-party company and reviewed by the city of Flagstaff, these are some of our estimated economic benefits to the city of Flagstaff and the region. So at full build-out in 2045, we will generate $387 million of economic impact to the region and community. We will bring, through the course of construction, in construction jobs and in permanent jobs, over 10,000 jobs to the community. $6.7 million directly to the city of Flagstaff, just in construction tax alone. And then a $1.5 million annual tax paid directly to the city of Flagstaff over the lifetime of the project in perpetuity. And I will close with just, Tiffany had mentioned our community engagement plan. We feel we have gone above and beyond from a community engagement perspective, and have been meeting with the community for nearly 2 years. So you'll see a very large list of folks we have met with throughout those last 2 years. Just within the last couple of weeks, we met with Coconino County leadership. We met with Metro Plan and ADOT, and speaking of specifically about the JWP Bridge and some of what Councilwoman Salas had brought up, along with Mountain Line just last week, and Sean Ryan from the Mount Dell neighborhood, which was spawned specifically from some concerns that he had when we presented to Planning and Zoning, and we were in a room with him within a week to start to talk to him and address those concerns. So still some work to do with Sean and the Mount Dell community, but I think it shows that we're trying to act on these things as quickly as we can. And I think it's important to note where this development support comes from a healthcare perspective. Arizona healthcare cost containment system, you may know it as Access, is fully in support and has written in support of our project, as well as the Arizona Medical Association, the Arizona Nurses Association, the Osteopathic Medical Association, the Arizona Public Health Association, and an endorsement from Dr. Richard Carmona, our former U.S. Surgeon General. So with that, I will leave it for questions, and I think we finished in just under 10 minutes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. Council, questions for Ms. Antal or the applicant? Councilmember McCarthy.
Just a quick question. The north end is got some residential in it. Would that be like for the whole community, or mostly just for doctors and nurses that are there either temporarily or on a longer term basis?
Yeah, it's our proposal that it would be for the entire community. Haven't figured out all of the details. I would assume out of those 315 units, NAH might reserve a very small portion of them, and I mean maybe 10 of them for our own use. For traveling physicians, traveling nurses, which in a rural setting is part of our business. So we may reserve a small part of it, and obviously we would want our staff to get use of it, but it's not intended to just be housing for NAH staff.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Vice Mayor.
Other questions? Hey, I'm not seeing any. So now I will do public comment. Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. I'm on it. I'm going to do in-person first. And Heather Domlin, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Heather Domlin. I am currently serving as the CEO and General Manager for Mountain Line Transit. and I'm here as follow-up to our January Board of Directors letter regarding the NAH rezoning. I'm here to provide a brief update on the status of public transit to the proposed new NAH facility. I want to open by recognizing the work of Northern Arizona Healthcare, the work that they do to serve the many needs of our community. We respect and value the critical care provided to so many, and our goal has always been to ensure that there is ongoing and equitable access to those services. Transit and healthcare are inextricably linked, and since the new NAH location was proposed nearly 3 years ago, Mountain Line has maintained that the region's largest medical facility should be served by public transit. The proposed new location on South Beulah Boulevard is about 1.5 miles from the nearest transit route. After initial conversations with NAH, we evaluated our existing funding resources and determined that there is not capacity within the current transit tax to fund expansion of public transit to the proposed location. Our current system is built around rider and community needs, serving the area's population, economic hubs, and expansion of this service is just not possible without additional funding. I'm happy to share that Mountain Line and Northern Arizona Healthcare have come to an agreement that transit to the new facility is a necessity, and I am appreciative of the many conversations over the last 3 years about funding, routing, and alternatives. Our professional transit planning team has researched best practices from other communities and has homed in on the most efficient way to serve the new location and connect it to the rest of our transit system. Mountain Line determined that we could cover the required capital cost, such as 3 new buses and the bus stop construction, and we are committed to a portion of the operating cost by reprioritizing funds from streamlining routes to remove duplicate service. We are willing to make this commitment. However, we still need financial partnership to pay for the remaining operational cost. Last week, NAH informed Mountain Line that they do not have the financial capacity to fund the remaining costs to provide public transit service to the proposed location. Because there is also not capacity within the current transit tax to fund this service, NAH has proposed that funding be sought from the City of Flagstaff. Mountain Line is completing a new 5-year transit plan that includes many unfunded transit priorities that we have identified through community outreach. All of these will require additional funding. Mountain Line is prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see that Councilmember Salas has a question. Is that specifically for Ms. Domlin?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Actually, for both Ms. Dalmalin and the previous speaker, because I had my queue kind of in the queue. But my question to Ms. Dalmalin, can you please expound on your last remark about the 5-year transit plan that is in the process of being developed?
Yes, thank you.
And how it impacts to this project, this regional plan amendment.
Sure.
Thank you.
What I was trying to highlight is that we are in the process of completing our updated 5-year transit plan, which does include the expanded service to this proposed location, and that all of that planning effort will result in a question put before City Council and hopefully the voters in 2024 to fund these transit improvements. And I was just trying to confirm that we would be including this route and this service in that funding question in light of the lack of funding from other resources.
Thank you. And Councilmember Shimoni, you had a question?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Heather, for being with us and all of your efforts to ensure that there's public transit to our regional hospital. Quick follow-up, Heather, if you can speak to the current transit services to the current campus from Mountain Line. I'm curious. I've heard that many of their clients travel in from out of town and NAH employees and clients don't really utilize transit. I'm curious if you have any data on that. I've also heard that many of NAH's clients utilize Lyft rather than taking the bus you can speak to that. If you have any insights, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, thank you for the question, Councilmember Shimoni. I can speak to what Mountain Line has in regards to data on how we serve the current location. We serve it with 15-minute frequency on 2 routes. At its current location, the 2 stops located on Beaver Street are within the top 10 for our system-wide ridership demands. About 100 of the Flagstaff Medical Center employees regularly use the EcoPass, and I'll just say that's 100 unique users. That's not one employee going 100 times. And we average that to be about 12,000 trips per year on that EcoPass system. And then in addition to that, the medical center does purchase passes under what we call our discounted day pass program. They purchase the maximum allowed of 1,500 day passes. We don't know 100% the use of those passes, but the agreement that we have is that those passes are then used to support our community members. Many other nonprofit and social service agencies use these passes for the same reasons. I can't speak to the use of Lyft or any other TNC or taxi service for the hospital.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Hi, Heather.
Hi.
Any future bus service out to this potential new hospital site, would this kind of tie into the airport, getting some service to there? We don't have service to the airport right now, I don't believe. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. We do not have service currently to the airport. We had a micro transit pilot that ended a couple months ago. The way we have designed it within our 5-year plan, the airport will be served by a different route than the route that we were proposing to NAH. And that is due in large part to the type of riders and the demand for pickup and drop off at those 2 locations will be drastically different. For example, a plane comes in how many times per day, and doctor's appointments are how far apart.
Thank you for that.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Whitney Cunningham.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Whitney Cunningham with Aspey, Watkins, and Diesel, 123 North San Francisco Street. My firm is working with the hospital in connection with this project, but I'm not here in that capacity. Instead, I'm here on behalf of Charlie and Glenda Odegaard, 1840 West Getaway Trail in Flagstaff, who provided a brief statement that they asked for me to share. This was originally written to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Dear Commissioners, we, together with our parents, Van and Carol Odegaard, may be the closest residential neighbors to Northern Arizona Healthcare's proposed new hospital and health village. Our properties border the hospital's property, and we all agreed to move from our old homes to make room for this project. This meant our parents moving from the home they built in the 1980s and where they raised their family, including Charlie. Needless to say, it was a difficult and emotional decision for all of us. It was also an important decision. For decades, Carol Odegaard worked as a nurse at Flagstaff Medical Center. During her years there, we all came to respect the mission of the hospital and the need for quality medical care in our town. We want, and our town deserves, the highest quality of medical care, which the old hospital facility is no longer able to provide. We understand it needs to move, and while it meant that we also had to move, we welcome the new hospital to this area. Where we live has for many years been planned as a growth area for Flagstaff. During Charlie's years serving on City Council, we were very aware of these plans, and while the new hospital will be a regional use instead of a neighborhood use, this change is consistent with what is already here, a regional county park and a regional airport and business park just across the freeway. There may be no perfect location for a new hospital in Flagstaff, but this one is pretty good. Now it is your turn as commissioners to make an important decision for Flagstaff, as we had to do for our families. We hope and trust that you will approve the minor regional plan amendment and allow NAH's project to continue moving forward. Sincerely, Charlie Odegaard and Glenda Odegaard. Thank you.
Thank you. David Hayward.
Council, not Mayor, it looks like. Thank you for having me this evening. I'll take a second because I just rushed in literally a few seconds ago. I'm obviously in favor of the regional plan amendment for moving the hospital. I'll take the timer personally. But we need to look forward to the issues that we will be seeing when the project comes up for rezone. And we need, quite frankly, your guys' leadership when it comes to resolving those issues. I think we also need leadership from senior staff. If Greg was here, I'd tell him that we need his leadership. We have two, significant problems that we have temporary solutions for. And I say this as a private citizen, I'm not involved in this project at all. But the fire and police service study that has come forward, quite frankly, is not worth the paper it's written on. There's a very good reason for that. NAH, I think, probably deserves a little bit of blame in the selection of their consultant for that project. But quite frankly, when you ask 7 retired firefighters to give you the firefighters union's opinion on what fire service is going to be, you're going to get a pretty obvious answer. It might sound rude, but I don't ask my 5-year-old to set the dessert menu for the week. And we shouldn't be making the same decisions about our city. We need to design our fire department to serve our community, not design our community to serve our fire department. I would say that the second issue that I've heard a lot about, and I'm going to be up here and say some frank things that NAH is probably not willing to say in front of you, is our traffic impact analysis. We've spent 2 years on a process that normally takes 6 months. This is an extremely important project, but I've said to some of you in the past, the notion that a not-for-profit hospital should be on the hook for improving the interchange at Continental and Country Club just doesn't pass the sniff test. I'm not in a position to second-guess that math. I don't think most people in this room are in a position to second-guess that math, but good governance and good management says, hey, this doesn't seem right to me, let's go back, look at this, and take another shot. And my time is up, so thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I will take the online public comments.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have 2 for online public comment tonight. Our first one is Alexander Sheekin. You may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Hi, thank you very much. My name's Alex Shankin. I'm a resident at 54 West Nice Trail and Ponderosa Trails. In general, I approve of this project moving forward. However, while NAH has said that they've held many community meetings, which is fantastic, I've seen very few of the outcomes of those meetings reflected in their plans. I've seen, in fact, nothing out of that. There are some consistent concerns that the residents around the proposed development express, including noise, which is already present from I-40 and I-17, which will increase with ambulances and helicopters. Potential increased vagrancy, which the communities around the current NAH are subject to, unfortunately, as well as traffic safety concerns that none of which I've seen addressed. What I've heard is that these will all get pushed back to the entitlement round, but I am concerned that these community-based concerns won't get addressed there either, because they haven't been addressed to date. Finally, the someone there mentioned environmental vitality. And all of these concerns that the community has brought up involve environmental vitality. Many studies have shown that increased noise can affect wildlife in adverse ways that we're barely aware of, but it affects wildlife and it also affects the residents. So overall, I think it would be wonderful for this development to be moved forward, but all I've heard is talk of development and not of concern for doing the development properly. And so I think the communities around the development are going to be the ones to best express and maintain the quality of the environment. The council is there to hear from the community and make sure that we're heard by the developers. So I hope that you can step into this role, because I don't see any place where we're going to be guaranteed to be heard in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Our next participant.
Our next commenter for tonight is Michelle James. Michelle, you may go ahead and unmute yourself and address Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thank you.
Thanks. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Michelle James. I'm Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. F-Cube continues to be concerned about the lack of written commitments by NAH to specific and important necessary investments related to building the proposed new hospital. These commitments include roadway design, intersection design, public transit, fire service, and what will happen at the existing campus. Recent staff recommendations include the need for a travel demand management plan, addressing the climate and housing emergencies, adhering to the climate neutrality plan, providing recreation facilities, and compliance with dark sky regulations. The Flagstaff Regional Plan states that regional suburban activity centers are larger mixed-use centers that include, quote, transit with an emphasis on both residents and visitors. This means that Activity Center S16 will need to provide transit for people who want to visit or live outside of this activity center. While F-Cube understands that the 2 additional applications submitted by NAH for rezoning and their specific plan will be reviewed by Planning and Zoning and Council at a future date, we want to point out that at this time, NAH has not yet entered into an agreement with Mountain Line committing to pay an appropriate share of the cost related to providing public transit to the new hospital. F-Cube encourages Council and the City to continue to work with NAH to obtain written commitments for public transit, as well as other outstanding mitigation issues that NAH has yet to address in their applications related to constructing a new hospital. F-Cube again urges Council and NAH to take the time that's necessary to obtain firm commitments now about how this project will develop in the years to come. This is an extremely important project. Our community needs to know that NAH has committed in writing to fulfilling mitigation measures identified as necessary by staff and the community. NAH is proposing a huge development within city limits. The long-term impacts on Flagstaff are too important not to be addressed adequately. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, Council, time to turn it inward. Please use the chat box with your Q&A. Any questions, comments? Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, because I had this question right after the applicant made a presentation and my cue was not recognized. I have a question to the applicant in terms of their presentation on the benefits to the community with regards to transportation and transit. Sir, I think it was Mr. Ice who was speaking. My question has something to do about the meeting held with ADOT and Metroplan. And then I have a follow-up question with regard to transportation and transit. But that's my first question.
Thank you.
Are you looking for a recap, Councilwoman Salas, of our meeting with Metroplan and ADOT?
I do because it was briefly mentioned at Metroplan board meeting last Thursday because we had a full agenda, and I did mention this in person to Director Halikowski at the Rural Transportation Summit in September, kind of in planting the seed for ADOT to be involved in the process of this regional plan amendment with regard to the J.W. Powell Bridge. It's actually a replacement. So the bridge is already being replaced, but it needs more funding in terms of making it a complete street with pedestrian and bicyclist safety in mind. So if you could summarize the gist of the meetings you had with ADOT and Metroplan, it will be informational and helpful. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Salas, and I can. And just to give a little bit of context for Vice Mayor and Council and members in the room who aren't familiar with the backstory, it was brought to our attention that ADOT was planning on a replacement of the J.W. Powell Bridge in kind, meaning as a two-lane bridge, which, as we were looking at it as NAH and in partnership with our traffic engineers and some members of the city, thought was not in the greatest benefit of the community moving forward, quite frankly, regardless of whether our project moves forward with the planned growth in southern Flagstaff and access to the park and hospital, or sorry, park and airport. So we reached out to the executive director of Metroplan and asked for his assistance in talking with ADOT about it. Executive Director Miles Milback was very partnering through this process and did get us a meeting with ADOT. I think just kind of anecdotally speaking, what's interesting about the entire process to me was just days prior to meeting with ADOT to talk to them about and show them what the future growth plans were for Flagstaff and how ADOT might want to investigate whether or not this is a 4-lane replacement or a 2-lane replacement. NAH was informed from traffic that the replacement of that bridge was actually not part of our traffic mitigation, and phase 1 of our project was not what was causing it. With that said, we still met with Metroplan and ADOT along with some city staff to ensure that we were doing the right thing from a partnership perspective and to continue to try and move this forward. So right now, ADOT is in process of re-examining it and seeing if that can be funded at a 4-lane bridge instead of a 2-lane bridge, along with the work that Councilwoman Salas had mentioned that Metroplan is undertaking through their board.
Thank you. Council Member Salas, do you have another question?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, and I appreciate the answer from NAH. Also for the benefit of everyone listening, one of the priorities approved by the Metroplan board last week for the project priority list for the 15.6 million for as part of the 300 million Greater Arizona Transportation Project has something to do with the J.W. Powell Bridge replacement over I-17. So the Metroplan has made that commitment as part of a priority of the different projects being pursued to be funded with the 15.6 million proposal. So thank you for that. So my follow-up question that has something to do with, the regional plan amendment is the future of transportation and transit in the area. And we've heard Miss Dalmolin from NAPTA, and I'd like to hear from NAH what their plans are in terms of transportation service for patients and employees.
Yeah, so ultimately speaking, NAH would love to partner with Mountain Line in getting public transportation to our new development. The discussion that was had with Mountain Line last week was really about the appropriate funding part of it, and I think we heard from a speaker just before about NAH committing to appropriate funding, and currently the request at the table is NAH is the only funder of that line. We feel it does serve other parts of the community and the greater good of the community, and we feel we're bringing direct impact to the community, not only through the plus $100 million that we have in charity care per year, but also all of the economic development stimulus and taxes that we're going to have brought into the city. So at the end of the day, that's where we would like to be, is in an agreement with Mountain Line and other partners that are going to directly benefit from transportation in that part of town to make that line operational. In the meantime, what NAH has said is that we are dedicated to patient transportation for those who need it. We are, whether or not you know it, we are already in the transportation business. Someone brought up lift rides earlier. We did give out over 700 lift rides this year to patients who needed access to places, more than not specifically to the shelter, because we don't currently have public transportation that serves the shelter in this community. So we are already in that business. We also have our own Guardian Medical Air and Transport, as well as paratransit that we coordinate for our patients, along with care coordination specifically for access patients who have transportation to and from their doctor's visits as part of their benefit through access. So on top of that, we are committed to point-to-point transportation for the patients that would need it above and beyond the patient population that I just spoke about, which we do not feel is a major amount of patients within the city of Flagstaff proper that have access directly to a transportation line now.
I have a follow-up question, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
So thank you for that answer. So is NAH considering to build the bus stops at the new hospital? I understand it's still a regional plan amendment. We're not into the weeds of going over the merits of a rezone and other process for this project to take place. But at this moment, I'm just curious of the commitment that NAH can share with us now in terms of building bus stops at the new hospital.
Sure, Councilwoman Thomas.
Location.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And yes, we are committed to that. We are also committed to continuing to work with Mountain Line on the layout of our roads, entryways and drop-offs to ensure proper public transportation in the future.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni.
Last question, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Just expounding on, I asked Mr. Ice to expound on the economic, I think he used the word economic stability. For me, it's still economic vitality and economic development. So you have sum up, like 387 million in terms of benefits and 10,000 jobs and 6.7 million related sales tax in terms of construction. But in terms of local jobs, do you have like a guesstimate of local jobs that will be available to Northern Arizona region?
I do have that as part of our economic impact report. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can follow up with that to Vice Mayor and Council after this meeting.
Okay, so, and my last question is, what are your next steps in terms of continued community engagement?
In regard to the existing campus or the new campus?
For both.
So from a new campus perspective, we have at current met the obligations as necessary for our zoning cases. With that said, we continue to meet with people on a very regular basis. When you heard me speak earlier, I made mention of the meeting that we had with Sean Ryan, who represents the Homeowners Association for Mount Dell, right? That was a one-person meeting with Sean that we spent 2 hours with him the other day after hearing some of his concerns about how the development could affect the Mount Dell neighborhood. So we have continued to be open about meeting with anyone who has any concerns and either trying to address them or explain to them how we can't address them and understanding what those implications may be. As far as the existing campus is going, we have retained the services of Puma, which is an urban management company that some of you may be familiar with because the city of Flagstaff has worked with them along with the Downtown Business Alliance on what the revisioning of downtown Flagstaff could be in the future. And we have retained their services to do a similar study as to what a community-based redevelopment of our existing campus could be. We have started a community advocacy group that we have had one round of meetings with that is a combination of some members of council, some members of Friends of Flagstaff's Future, some members of the Downtown Business Alliance, and other community leaders. And we are committed to a redevelopment of the existing campus that is community forward, but also has an economic stability that can last the test of time for Flagstaff. And that is something that we do plan on putting in writing in our development agreement. I know there were some questions brought up earlier about why we haven't put anything in writing, and the application process is not the right time to put those things in writing. It is through the development of a development agreement, which our team and the city team are currently in the middle of.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Salas, for your questions. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and good afternoon, Stephen and Josh and NAH's team. Appreciate you all being here and your presentation. I also appreciate Councilmember Salas's questions, so thank you, Councilmember, for those questions. A lot to think about here for sure, and I could talk about housing, and I'd love to see a little bit more housing here, as you know, or I could talk about fire and first responders. But what I really want to focus on is transit as well. Obviously, Stephen, you and I have talked plenty about transit and all these topics, but knowing that there's over 100 employees that utilize the Eco Pass and that NAU purchased 1,800 day passes last year, and that you have friends and family wanting to visit patients, do you feel good about Lyft being able to meet those needs? And are you planning to give employees Lyft rides each day who utilize the bus line currently?
No, and I don't think Lyft is the only answer. As I said earlier, what we'd ultimately like to do is come to agreement with Mountain Line on an operational bus system where the current disagreement is the appropriate source of funding. As I said earlier, right now the request is that NAH is the only funder of a public bus line that will serve multiple locations and is a direct community benefit. What we have talked about in addition to the Lyft rides, which even if we have public transportation, those 700 Lyft rides, with the majority of them being from patients discharging from our emergency department and going to the shelter, will still be a benefit that NAH will provide because bus service won't go to the shelter. So on top of that, we can run point-to-point shuttle from Mountain Line's line over to our facility. And if we're talking just employee-based, there was some discussion earlier about how the airport functions. Well, our employees function in a very similar fashion. We are a very shift-based organization, typically a 6 to 6 or 7 to 7, and that is when the majority of our staff would be on the bus. So what we're committing to is that we will provide that service, and we think we can provide adequate service at a much lower cost and be able to reuse the difference in funds to continue to grow healthcare for the community.
Stephen, just to clarify, the shuttle you're talking about is basically between the Walmart parking lot in the southern part of town and the new campus. And that would basically, someone might have to take 2 or 3 buses to actually access the new campus. Is that correct?
This is Josh. I stepped in. I think we have to look at those 100 employees, right? We know that 70% of our staff are closer to the new campus. So for us to assume that our ridership is going to maintain the same on Mountain Line would probably be short-sighted on our time. So what we need to do is we'll go back and we'll talk with our staff on those 100 people that have those passes. Some of those may very well live in Ponderosa Trails and actually use bikes and walking as we're promoting in the city, which will actually be closer. But I think what Steve is suggesting is that we are committed to make sure that our employees and the people that we service can get to and from campus, and we're open at looking how to do that and something that is more sustainable. Probably no secret to anyone here. Right now, healthcare is experiencing significant challenges as it relates to the economic viability. Healthcare insurance companies in the past year have seen 70% improvement in overall net income. Organizations, not-for-profit healthcare organizations across the country are seeing about a 70% of them are going to produce a negative operating margin this year. So we're just making sure that whatever we do and we commit to from a community perspective, that we can continue to deliver the high level and high quality care that we've been able to do for many, many years, and that's what our commitment is.
Okay, thank you for that, Josh. And would you agree that that plan needs to be in place as part of the DA before council approves that?
I think our stance is that we should put that in the development agreement along with all of the other things that we need to agree on.
Okay, and wrapping up here, Vice Mayor, and Mountain Line is just to clarify, Mountain Line is proposing a proportional share to the cost, 50-50 for capital, 50% split, and then 2/3 Mountain Line or NAH for the operational and 1/3 Mountain Line. So it isn't fully on NAH, but I can see how you might call that fully on NAH, although Mountain Line is a strong partner in that. My last question, Vice Mayor and Council, and Josh and Stephen, is how much is NAH planning to invest in transit? Is there any numbers that have been thrown around in terms of how much is fair?
I don't think we've thrown out any numbers, but I think the number that we're on, and Steve's involved in more of those, is about $860,000 a year in perpetuity. That represents what percentage of our overall operating margin? 13% of our overall profit margin would be just for transit. That's kind of the first step of that. If you put that out with even the numbers that we're talking about here, with the amount of employees, 100, and the patients, we could probably pay for about 42,000 Lyft rides. So what we're suggesting is that we want to work together with the city and transit to make sure that we have an effective system to get people to and from medical care. As we mentioned, 60% of the patients that we service come from outside of Flagstaff. So a lot of those are coming via air, as you saw from noise, or via ambulance or own personal vehicle. So we're committed again to working with the city and Mountain Line on what that access looks like. We're just suggesting that we think there may be a better way to do it.
And thank you. And I'll just say in closing, just to clarify again, that 860,000, Josh, that you mentioned, I agree with you. That's what we're talking about. But that there's clear communication that also if something gets passed by the voters, or if there's other funding that's made available or found, you all would be off the hook. It's just a matter of making sure that there's something in place until we find additional funding. Right? Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
And I appreciate that, and we like that. What we're trying to make sure is that we're sustainable long term, right? And so, as I mentioned when I was speaking, we're a tax-exempt, not-for-profit healthcare organization. Every single dollar that we make, we reinvest in infrastructure, services that don't generate revenue, and then all the access to care. And as that changes, each year we invest probably about $25 or $30 million back into infrastructure. And the way that we're able to do that is on the profits that we do make as a tax-exempt organization. We're just making sure that what we commit to, we can continue to invest in the services that you've all come to expect, myself too. That's why I moved here, is because we have amazing healthcare, and I want to make sure that we maintain that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Others?
I'll bite. Let's see where to start here. There's just so much to talk about, and obviously there's been a long ongoing conversation about all of this. I think I'll start by thanking city staff. in particular for all the hard work that you all have dedicated into this process, and taking this ball and running with it, and doing so under stressful conditions and tight timelines. I just really want to give a shout out to our people and our organization that have worked so hard on this. And, you know, I can extend that to Josh and Stephen and your team as well. I can't even imagine the number of hours that go into all of this. You know that you have been engaged in a very robust community outreach effort. You've invested time, money, energy, and relationships into doing that. I also want to acknowledge that I see the need for an expanded regional hospital. I think you guys have made the case. The footprint you're on right now isn't going to cut it, and it's going to become increasingly inadequate into the future, both technology-wise and just capacity-wise. I really like your plan for using a vertical strategy for patient care. And I've joked with you before that I'm training for a half marathon right now, so I haven't needed your hospital services.
You can use the stairs.
But the point is that none of us ever know when we'll need a hospital visit. Maybe we're just visiting someone. Maybe we're the patient ourselves. Those moments, if they haven't happened, they're certainly going to be in our future at some point. And I want to be able to feel proud taking advantage of those services and that quality of care, and having been a part of the process. You know, I'm not as convinced about the retail, the lodging, the research and development, and the for-profit aspects of the broader project. And I think we forget about that element of the conversation a lot when we're talking about, you know, paying our fair way and what our fair share of the burden is. I think there's still plenty of time to work a lot of that stuff out. Obviously, we're going to be at the table still here for a long while. You know, David Hayward mentioned that we need to show leadership in resolving several open questions, and I absolutely agree. I think we take a slightly different perspective on a couple of those things, but that's where we're at as a community, is playing with the tension inherent in a lot of these things. David, I might take issue with your analogy that firefighters and public safety personnel asking for adequate resources is similar to kids designing the dessert menu, but we can talk about that some other time and get into the details of that. You know, and also, Josh and Stephen, you know, I really see a lot of effort in terms of how do we address this public safety resources concern that this new footprint will generate. I'm really pleased with the way you're taking my dark sky questions seriously, and I'd like to see more movement on that as well. And we just talked about the John Wesley Powell Bridge replacement, and I want to give you full credit for the efforts you're making on behalf of these other connected development processes, right? But I am still concerned about some of these things. And you know, one of the speakers, Alex, online, he told us that he doesn't see any place in this process where he feels locals are guaranteed to be heard. And I think that hits something very important for me. You know, I'm committed to being at the table as all this gets worked out now and down the road. But I also feel the need to be in the role of continuing to push hard on behalf of folks like Alex. This is a massive development no matter what, and I feel it deserves skepticism as a default. I don't want to be thought of as adversarial to you folks here. I actually really appreciate the partnerships that are coming out of this, and I embrace the vision of the complex that's going to come out of this over the next 5 to 10 years and beyond. And I hope, Josh, you and Stephen and others involved can really appreciate that. It doesn't feel like a very comfortable place to be. But I knew what I was getting into by signing up for this role, and you guys know how big a deal this massive development is. So I feel the conversation just really needs to continue playing out, and I look forward to that fruitful back and forth today and beyond, always with the deepest regards and admiration and respect. One issue, the lift thing versus public transportation, I just wanted to make a comment about that too. I think that this door-to-door service is great, and one of you just mentioned how many Lyft rides could be purchased for all this other public transportation money we're talking about. And maybe I misunderstood your point. I don't know, but I do feel it's a bit tone deaf to the larger goal of lifting up a thriving public transit system that is sustainable and sufficiently far-reaching so that people's transit behavior starts to adapt. The city of Flagstaff is involved in a big shift right now, and we're trying to reduce vehicle miles traveled. And the service you're recommending is not the answer to that problem. And I know you guys recognize that. I'm not trying to lecture you. But the point is, your role in realizing that goal is small, and it shouldn't be abused. But my role in that goal is a big one, and it involves cobbling together every victory that we can get. So I hope you appreciate that tension. Stephen, it sounds like you want to respond.
I just wanted to clarify a few
Go
things
ahead.
if you're okay with it. So thank you for your thoughts, Councilman Eslin.
And then I'll wrap up.
I think, the lift ride comment specifically, or the start of that discussion, was in regard to a community benefit we provide to patients that are going to somewhere that they cannot get to by the bus. And so that is a true number that is even downtown with access to public transportation. So that number was at 700 rides. I think Josh was using the 42,000 rides just as a context number to understand where we fall from a dollars perspective. And so I don't think we're out of alignment in the theory of public transportation and how critical it is and where we should be striving to get. I think we're out of alignment in the fact that it should be the burden of a nonprofit healthcare system to provide that, where we provide direct community benefit from a healthcare perspective, and from an economic development perspective, we provide a great deal of resources to the city of Flagstaff that could be utilized to fund that line.
Absolutely fair. And I appreciate you having the chance to make that, maybe rebuttal is too strong a word, but clarification for all of our purposes. So I do feel in a slightly uncomfortable position here. My sense is that this process has cinched the votes to proceed, and I very much wish it well, and I will absolutely remain engaged throughout it. I very much want to have a seat at the table. But at the same time, I do deeply believe that our community deserves a historic record on this that reflects the dissatisfied and dispirited voices out there. I don't think it's appropriate for this project to launch with unanimous support from Flagstaff City Council. I just need to make sure that those who see this big development as troubling feel heard and respected. And so I'm casting a dissenting vote so that the tension inherent in this monumental development is accurately represented. Ultimately, just because this will be an entitlement case doesn't mean NAH is entitled to a glide path forward. And I hope you understand that awkward position to be in, and the desire to reflect that in the record. And respectfully looking forward to how this process plays out over time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Others? Councilmember House?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to the public commenters who spoke on this. Through the conversation, I've very much been struggling with coming up with the best comment on this, because I feel very much the tension that exists within the community, not in opposition to the recognized need. However, I believe where the tension exists is in those numerous unknowns, and the idea of a project of this magnitude moving forward without having those conversations, or perhaps without having satisfaction within them. Part of where I very much struggle in this, it comes down to those various needs and concerns that have been raised up throughout the conversation this evening, not the least of which is transit, but also the environmental and other impacts that this project may entail. And to be clear, from the conversations that we've had in the past, I very much appreciate the level of transparency that you've brought to those levels of unknowns. I just feel like there needs to be that voice and recognition of that community concern, that those concerns are valid. It is a very weighty tension that we bring to this discussion, and it's not an easy process to move forward with those still out there. So really, I just want to emphasize that, I heard the comment earlier from community members, both tonight, particularly from Alex, but also from others who have messaged us and emailed us and engaged in this conversation in other ways, that it's the level of not seeing the outcomes, not knowing exactly where the path forward is, that leads to hesitation. What we've heard over and over is that there is general approval, there is general sense of this project being needed for a number of reasons, but those concerns also have a lot of validity. So I just ask that as we continue in this conversation, we keep those things in mind, we keep hearing those different voices in the community, and we don't look at any one part of this process as either landing on one side or the other. It needs to be ongoing conversations, and I hope that we continue in those with the level of transparency that we're attempting right now. Thanks.
Thank you. And I will offer a couple of words. I do want to thank staff and to NAH for all of your work. And I do share a lot of the concerns expressed tonight. And I look forward to seeing those concerns addressed from Mountain Line to the county and their concerns with Fort Tuthill. We didn't hear a lot about that tonight, but they have emailed. And I believe we have good dialogue, and I need to see that continue, and appreciate your effort in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Other council members?
Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you. Stephen and Josh, I just wanted to give you the opportunity to speak to transit one more time. I know we're all bringing that up and we're talking a lot about it, but I'm just curious, does NAH see their responsibility in transit? I know you've talked about proportional and that you want to be proportional, but I've heard that, NAH doesn't feel that they have responsibility and it is of the city and the community more than on them. I just wanted to give you a chance to clear that up.
Yeah, I think we do have some responsibility. I think we have to get to a place where the numbers from a proportionality make sense. And I also think we need to look at how this topic is discussed for future developments, because I'm not currently familiar outside of Snowbowl of any private company that is participating in the public transportation system. And I do think it's a larger conversation that I'd love to continue talking about with you all on how to make that an equitable discussion, and not just something tied to this one particular project for this city.
Okay, thank you. I'll just say I struggle with that. I know that time's running out and we need to figure this out sooner than later. I appreciate Councilmember Aslan's recognizing of the tension and the concern in the community, but I want to see this move forward. I do. You know that I support what you all have been working towards, and I really appreciate the efforts that you've put in. We're close, but I don't see a clear plan. I feel comfortable putting it on the ballot and having the community vote on a tax increase in a couple of years from now, council, but that's the big question. Will the community vote on that? And I do think that public transit needs to be available to folks at this new location when the doors are open. So I really appreciate members of council all speaking up about transit being a concern. And Stephen, I look forward to working on that with you and others working on that. Please do keep Mountain Line included in the discussions. And we need to figure this out. And again, knowing that it's very likely temporary, just until we find those other partners and other funding. But I think we need it in place before. We can't just rely on Lyft or a shuttle to the Walmart. I don't think that's adequate. I really don't. That being said, I don't plan to be voting no tonight. I plan to be voting yes. But I am very hesitant about it, just knowing that we don't have a clear plan, and I look forward to that being figured out prior to the DA. Thank you.
Understood. Thanks you, Councilman, and look forward to more discussion on it.
Thank you. I am not seeing any other questions or comments, so I will now close the public hearing. Council, is there a motion? Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was waiting for Mr. McCarthy to say something about this project, but I do recall the robust discussion that emanated from our September 29th budget retreat. And in my notes, Council Member McCarthy mentioned something about proportional responsibility when it comes to asking development to pay for itself and other infrastructure that may be needed or required as you build out the project. So I do remember that, Mr. McCarthy, proportional responsibility. With that in mind, and I did mention that this is about a minor regional plan amendment, and there are already wheels in motion in terms of Metro Plan, which consists of the city, the county, ADOT, Mountain Line, and NAU in terms of allocating $5 million out of the 15.6 million funding, if approved, as part of the Greater Arizona initiative to the tune of $300 million. Also back in September, at the September 29th budget retreat, I used the word synergy multiple times because this is a regional plan amendment. I have always believed in the value of synergy, where the whole is much greater than the sum of its parts. And I believe at this point, NIH has done its part in terms of pursuing and creating that synergy. I know this is the first step of a series of entitlement applications to move forward with relocating and building a new hospital. This is the minor regional plan amendment, and then there will be a specific plan, concept zoning map with rezone and a development agreement. I may not be, I will not be part of council when those discussions take place. So I will take this opportunity to provide my 2 cents of advice to current and future council when we're faced with this, challenging situations. And when sometimes we're put a situation where we're like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. However we vote, we will get criticisms and attack. I just hope and pray that council will build the ability of discernment and mindfulness individually and collectively, recognize the data, the facts and figures, and recognize the opinions and which are very diverse, like belly buttons. And also recognize at the end of the day, who do we serve? Do we serve the specific group of constituents who voted council? Do we decide as a matter of ideological dogmatism? Is it a matter of partisan politics? But at the end of the day, council decision impacts all of the citizens of Flagstaff. 78,000. I think we're at 79,000 now. So just keep that in mind. With that case, Madam Vice Mayor, if it's appropriate, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, let me pull out the agenda item. Let's see. It is my honor to read resolution number 2022 by 56 by title only. By title only because the Planning and Zoning Commission has unanimously recommended approval and considering request for an amendment of the plan because the goals and policies presented are in conformance with the overall vision of the Flagstaff Regional Plan that establishes the vision for the future growth and development of Flagstaff and its surrounding areas through goals and policies. General plans are not static documents. They recognize growth as a dynamic process, which may require revisions to the plan as circumstances or changes warrant. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. I think I've been challenged to make a comment. Anybody that's been watching me for the last 6 years knows that I'm not shy about making comments if I have something to say. And I didn't really have anything dramatic to say here. I will say I've been involved in some of the discussions about Arizona Department of Transportation, support for the bridge, which I think is good. I am supportive of trying to get make sure we have transportation out to the new hospital. But I'll also say that it is interesting that we don't demand that of anyone else. I mean, if a W.L. Gore wanted to build a new plant, we wouldn't be asking them to subsidize mass transit, or if a new Walmart went in, or if USGS was expanding their campus. So I am, I'm not taking a position on this, but I'm saying there's two sides to this argument. Yes, I think the hospital has some responsibility to provide transportation, but the other side of that is we're not demanding that of anyone else. So let's keep that in perspective. I will be voting yes on this when it comes to that.
Council, any other comments? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Respectfully, no.
That motion carries.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council amending the Flagstaff Regional Plan 2030 to change the place type designation within a future suburban activities center, S16, from neighborhood scale to regional scale on maps 21, 22, and 24. Move the center point of a future suburban activity Center S16 north and east on maps 21, 22, and 24. Change the area type designation on map 21 and 22 from area in white and existing rural/future suburban to existing employment for approximately 28 acres, and realign a future circulation road corridor on map 25, generally located at 1120 West Purple Sage Trail, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas?
It is my honor to move to adopt resolution number 2022-56.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
That motion carries. Thank you. And it is time for a break. See you in 20 minutes.
All right, we are down to agenda item 11B, consideration and adoption of the Thorpe Park Annex concept. Amy, take us away.
Hi, good evening, Council, Vice Mayor, Mayor. Amy Hagan, the Assistant Parks and Recreation Director. We're here today to discuss and possibly adopt the Thorpe Park Annex concept. I do have a presentation tonight. It was not a part of your packet because we really wanted an opportunity to be able to field and receive those concerns from the community. So that is regarding this exact item. So that is why there is not a presentation in your packets. We're going to dive into the presentation. We have legal, we have leadership and staff here that are all available for questions afterwards. So I'm going to get started. This is slide number 1. You know, this is a great aerial image where it shows that Thorpe Park is a regional park that consists of approximately 219 acres. I did some calculations the other night, and about 130 of those 219 acres would be considered active. They have active recreation. They have tennis courts, softball fields, the disc golf course, playgrounds, basketball courts, little league fields, a multi-purpose field, the urban trail system, and a recreation center. And I included this annex piece that we've been discussing for a few nights here in the last 4 weeks in that 130 calculation. So that left over, leaving 89 acres that we would consider more of passive recreation. That includes the Francis Short Duck Pond, the outdoor classroom, and a lot of forested areas. So just for a general basis there. And then just to recap, you know, the community, we went through a very robust outreach and engagement process that was inclusive with measurable data. I do want to cover the reason why this is a concept. You know, the purpose of a concept design is to give some visual shape to an idea, or in this case, many ideas. And these ideas, they were derived from focus groups, from interviews, from listening, from learning, surveying, in-person meetings, on-site compatibility exercises, visioning exercises, the amazing Build-A-Park exercise that a handful of us got to enjoy. In essence, it was all a part of that robust process. The elements or concepts derived from all that data is what's created what we're talking about tonight. So not just from one group, but from the participating community in this regional park process. Okay, as a recap, we've met a couple times on this, and the following adjustments have been made from our October 25th meeting and our November 15th discussion meeting. The direction provided was create a larger area for restoration, open spaces, indigenous gardens, native plantings, a larger orchard, all around the ICCC, otherwise the Indigenous Community Cultural Center, and an enhanced ceremonial space. I chose this image, and we'll end on this image, but that at least indicates that that first bullet point was accomplished when we were back here at the podium on November 15th. There was also the direction to relocate pickleball courts. They're not to be within the boundaries of this, but instead over at where the current Thorpe Park is located off North Thorpe Road. I've got an image, we'll discuss that briefly. It was also adjust parking based on the needs of the ICCC. So that was accomplished through this. And for now, keep city employee housing with due diligence to still occur with both Arizona State Parks and the Land Water Conservation Funds, and that is a continuing process. As requested last week, here is, again, a concept of a draft of 6 pickleball courts in the current Bark Park location along North Thorpe Road. You'll see right here. You won't see right there. You will see in a corner, I've superimposed a parking lot because naturally with those 6 courts, we might need to use some space for some parking. That is where parks employees park currently today in this area. And you know, when there's a lot of events going on, it can become pretty difficult even for employees to park there. So I did include that. So there are 6 pickleball courts along North Thorpe Road. Since that November 15th discussion, a lot of concerns have been brought forward. So I do want to address a couple of those. Some of the concerns have been, what is the increased traffic of park users entering this space? What does that entail? The skate park pump track and the proximity of that to the residences and Ruby Gardens and the city employee housing on parkland. Gonna address, you know, without knowing exactly what those traffic impacts will be, I just want to acknowledge that that has been a concern of the community. But an item that I can address is the proximity of the skate park and pump track and the edge of the Bark Park to nearby property lines. So did some handy-dandy measuring on our GIS mapping. The edge of the Bark Park would be approximately 355 feet away from the property line of an adjacent property line on that. And that is a property where their yard is off Cherry Road and Aztec there. That is North Aztec Street. The edge of the skate park and pump track that is proposed would be just under 150 feet away from that exact address location and property line, and a little over 150 feet away from the closest edge of Ruby Gardens, which is a leased space there within Thorpe Park. A lot of people have been asking what the heck is a skate park and a pump track. I was able to locate a handful of photos to give an idea of what that is and what that entails. It's not an amenity or feature that we currently have in our park system in Flagstaff. I can state that they are popping up everywhere, and I think from these images we can kind of see why. I think it appeals to all ages, including all of us adults that still like to get out there and do these things. Okay, city employee housing. I am going to read just directly from this slide, especially for our members of the public that are here. So a public facility zoning, a PF zoning, of which Thorpe Park is, it does allow city employee housing per zoning code. Ordinance 425, which was passed by a previous council, limited use of the site to parks, recreation, and museum purposes. And a side bullet point of that, our ordinances can be changed by a future council based on current needs. Just for that information for everybody. We have another item regarding the city employee housing in those key considerations, which is the land and water conservation funds that were used to improve Thorpe Park, which includes this annex parcel that we're discussing. It requires this area to be preserved for outdoor recreation only in perpetuity. Potential for a conversion process through Arizona State Parks and National Park Service. And what does that conversion process entail? That includes a swap of a land in equal of the housing to be developed elsewhere for outdoor recreation in perpetuity. It's likely a lengthy process. Our gut check tells us a little bit greater than a year, and it involves both the state and federal agencies. More research is without a doubt needed based on the discussion tonight. You know, and what does an adoption do? What does an adoption of this concept do for us? What it does is it creates that path to move forward. So we've got that visual ideation of what it is the community stated they want in this area. That allows staff to do strategic planning. It allows us to attempt a budget, because as we've stated a few times, there are no funds for this project at this time. It allows design work to occur, and it allows then any phases of this project to go through the city's design review process, just like any other development would. But it really just creates kind of that basis or a concept guidebook for us to begin some of those conversations. Thank you from the Pros Division. I am going to open up the full concept plan for our discussion. So bear with me, please, while that opens. There we go. And I believe I can go full. We may leave it like that for now. Okay, open for questions.
Thank you. We do have a few public participants that I'd like to call up first, and then we can hash out any questions or discussion items thereafter. So Duffy, if you'd like to come forward.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I've lived in the neighborhood adjacent for 34 years. And my comments referred to context. And so instead of just words, I took my personal time to write all that and to create this little ugly map to make the point that the 300-some residences that are adjacent to that area already deal with a lot of problems with this area and all the parks. So we have all these schools around us, and that produces a lot of traffic, especially the high school, where the students drive. They have 6 parking lots, and they park on all the streets. And so they drive like maniacs. And if you don't believe me, ask anybody. We have those 3 schools. We have all this active recreation. What they're referring to as passive recreation, I would say, is not, thank you, not what we're referring to as the residents. This is the area in question. So there are like 300 residents that already have all these traffic problems that you've heard about, because we've come because of the noise and the parking and the fast driving and everything else, which is feeding all of this other recreation. Plus the racetrack, which goes up Lowell Hill and then comes around Thorpe. And there are a lot of kids who live in the home housing here. There are a lot of kids now in our neighborhood. And the racetrack just, you know, these high school kids just have a blast. Great, but someone's going to get hurt. So what we asked for, and we are part of the numbers of people who have been going to these meetings. We've been doing these meetings since Kevin Burke was the city manager. We're exhausted from this. All we want for this area are uses that will not increase traffic and noise. And you can measure how far it'll be from someone's fence, but to have a skate track and pump track behind a legacy family who's been in his house for 120 years, and then another one, and he moved into his wife's parents' house after he came back from World War II. This is what our neighborhood's like, and we really want to keep our quality, and we have more city events on top of us than any other neighborhood. We just want low use, low action in this one area to protect our quality of life. We put up with a lot. My street's closed off regularly for the flea markets and the farmers markets. I can't walk my dog down my street. I know why they don't want dogs at the farmers markets, but we put up with a lot. We just don't want more traffic, more noise on top of us. We're the only ones here tonight because everyone's just so tired of this. We've asked and asked. We've been in our homes for 120 to 30 years, and we're being ignored. So the consultants basically facilitated a feeding frenzy of people asking for what they wanted, and they paid no attention, and no attention was brought to the context of that land. When I talked to people, they didn't understand. They had to go buy our houses to get into that area and out.
Thank you, Duffy. And I do have Charlie next, so if you would like to follow up on.
Right here, how convenient.
Yep.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Charlie Silver, townsite resident and owner of 34 years. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak about the Thorpe Park reincorporation concept, not the annex. It is not an annexation. It is already part of Thorpe Park. This piece of Thorpe Park that we are talking about has unique characteristics along with guiding documents and history. A successful citizen-led bond initiative in 1922 had the foresight to purchase and designate this area as parkland for all of Flagstaff citizens to enjoy. Then in 1957, a city ordinance was passed that reaffirmed this intention, indicating that when the city maintenance yard vacated the site, it would be dedicated exclusively for park, recreational, and museum purposes. A significant number of my neighbors and I have poured our hearts out to you about how much we value our historic neighborhood while recognizing and honoring that we are caretakers of the legacy that has been created by those who came before us. We talked about passive recreation. We talked about no housing on established and recognized parkland because it would set a precedent that it's okay to eat away at our Flagstaff's parkland. With population pressures and a lack of funding, we need to maintain, at a minimum, the parkland we have. And now what is presented? A concept that stresses active recreation and worse, as close to neighbors as possible. The skate park pump track is right behind, as you've heard, a 120-year legacy residence family home. The Bark Park is not far behind. This is not respectful planning. Let's remind everyone the city's mission is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all, but, and I trust this is implicit, not at the expense of others. I am informing you that this concept will affect the area's quality of life, and I don't appreciate it. Finally, I must ask, why is this unfunded concept, even before council, and being talked about in executive session? I understand you can't answer my question about executive session, but the other part is not a rhetorical question. How can council consider this concept in such a vacuum? Has a traffic study been conducted? Now you're asking this neighborhood to absorb additional traffic on top of the car racing, running stop signs, and parking too close to curbs, impeding visibility. The police have already told us they won't enforce or deal with these existing numerous complaints from residents in this area. What does the housing shown look like? There is no Z-axis. How tall is this thing? This has gone from the idea of 3 to 4 cottages with at least a historical flavor to, I have heard, 9 units. I have also heard 18 units. Can we have some more details, please? The city's own planning and development services document regarding concept plan review applications demands robust context. I am not in favor of this concept, and I urge you, my city council members, to demand a more respectful and representative concept that includes neighborhoods' quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Chris Jocks? Oh, yes, 1 second. Charlie, Councilmember House has a question.
Apologies, Mayor. It was Adam who had a question for him.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shabbat.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember House. I appreciate that. Charlie, thank you for your public comment. I had a question. You know, I'm just listening to your comment and the other commenter, and just wondering, do you have a distance in mind that would be more appropriate? You know, we just heard that I believe the skate park was about 150 feet away from the house, from that corner of the house. Obviously, that's just the corner of his property. I know the property well, but what distance makes sense?
I don't know where that measurement took place in the corner of his property, 150 feet. It's across an alley. I don't understand where that distance came from. But a swap next to that legacy house, for example, behind Thomas Dunham's house, put one of these gardens and move this skate park, if it's so inclined, this skate park and pump track, move it back, move it to the north.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Chris Jocks. I am a member of Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff. I'm really only prepared to speak about the Indigenous Community Cultural Center, which I see as the heart of this concept. I wanted to actually appreciate and celebrate the fact that this is a milestone. This process began more than 40 years ago, And ICF brought this idea to council and has been working with staff on it for 5 years now. We see this Indigenous Community Cultural Center as the heart of this Thorpe Park Annex or reincorporation concept as a heart and home for the city, at the foot of the sacred beings from whom Indigenous people and ancestors have always found strength, guidance, and love. Our aim for this Indigenous Community Cultural Center is that it become a source of knowledge, of understanding, of truth, of harmony, of health, history, inspiration, and conciliation, not just for the benefit of our Indigenous relatives, our elders and youth and adults, but for the benefit of all residents of this city and region. I just want to say that however the final version of this plan pans out, ICF has always been and continues to be ready to move forward and to take the lead in the planning and the building of this heart and home, moving together with respect and partnership with funders, with the City of Flagstaff, and with our extended network of supportive organizations and individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We do have some online participants, and I'd like to tap them in now.
Mayor and Council, I have Travis Alexander Pinn. Travis, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Travis Penn. I am a member of Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff. I wanted to express my gratitude for the recent changes made by the City Council to the Thorpe Annex Plan. I believe it is valuable that there is more green space in the new plan. I believe it is valuable that the city has not tried to put as many activities and facilities as possible into this space. As my elder and relative has said at a previous City Council session, it is important to create a peaceful and quiet space for the community, especially the youth. It is important to protect space for plants and animals. I want to express my gratitude for the City Council's support of the Indigenous Community Cultural Center. Indigenous people have been here for countless generations, and this is the first opportunity to have a community center that honors that presence here. And the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff is ready to join the Indigenous community members and the city to contribute to the well-being and management of the center. I look forward to the City Council's support going forward for our nonprofit's effort to draw the community to that space. I hope that the city will help the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff to make the center clean, warm, and a welcoming space for Flagstaff's diverse communities. The Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff wants to raise money and funds for this effort, but there is a lot of work to be done, and I hope the city will keep us in mind going forward, even after the Thorpe plan is finalized, and offer their support when and where they can. I believe it is important for the city to support the development of programs to involve Indigenous youth in the space through farming, planting, gardening opportunities at the site. There is a growing interest among Indigenous community members to be involved in the cultivation of the green space at the annex site. I believe that the students at Kinlani Dorm in particular are in a good position to partner with the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff, the city, Indigenous farmers in and around Flagstaff, to take the lead on what the current plan has designated as the community garden and ethnobotanical pollinator gardens. So I feel like they can focus on growing Indigenous food. So again, I just want to say I am offering my support for the current plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next online participant.
Mayor, I believe that was our last one.
Okay, thank you. With that, Council, do we have any questions of staff or opening it up to discussion as well?
I'll ask a question. Amy, so we're talking about noise levels with these features, this skate park and pump track. I'm actually fairly skeptical that they're going to create a lot of noise and be a neighborhood nuisance. Can you speak to that from your professional perspective? And would it be easy enough to move those features a little further inward if all else is equal?
Absolutely. So this past Friday, actually have that same thought, so we're clearly on the same plane. So we measured DB levels at the Fox Glen Skate Park. We did a dimension of about 135 feet, and while the adjacent school was exiting or ending for the day, and those DB levels were anywhere from 51 to 58, so fairly low, because we were curious ourselves. Now, you know, Friday wasn't the most Flagstaff best weather day, but we can continue to do some further research on that and see if we can get, if those levels raise or if they stay constant, where we think they will be probably below 60. Second question, so I'm gonna do my best here to toggle between two documents. And we'll stay on this one at first. This roadway right here, that's Dale Avenue. So keep that in mind as Dale Avenue would, that's the level here on the screen of where this proposed skate park and pump track is. That's how it becomes a further distance to the rear of those houses, and that's how it's not right there. So again, here it is again, and it's right there, somewhat perpendicular or adjacent with Dale. So here is Dale Avenue right here, and this is that southern edge of where that skate park pump track is currently proposed and designed. So that's what leaves all that other area that honestly it has not been decorated, for a lack of a better word, on this concept. And then we've got the leased space with Ruby Gardens right there. So this is the alley right here, if you can follow where my cursor is.
Okay, thank you. You know, I'm actually very excited for these amenities to come in. If we can move them back at all, I would ask you to look into that. If it's just not feasible, or if there are terrain issues that make it, unlike, you know, slope, grade, things that get in the way of that. You know, I'll stick my neck out and say we've gone through a pretty extensive process with a lot of community stakeholders looking at how to use this park space. And I can appreciate the debate we're having around whether or not to put some family house or housing in there. My thoughts on this have sort of gone back and forth myself, and I can speak more to that in a moment if it's direction you're looking for tonight. But I don't know, it's a hard pill to swallow to hear residents frustrated about the potential for the noise of children using park amenities. That's not something I'm interested in litigating. I think it's a totally appropriate use. It certainly fits within the concept of the original purpose of this land. It's very clearly park uses. So I'm not interested in really litigating that too much more than what we can do if it's just easy enough to go ahead and hide that back a little bit further and take some of that other matrix and put it around the other side. I think that would be fine if it's doable. If it's a deal breaker, my vote would be to keep those amenities, and looking forward to seeing our youth out there utilizing those spaces in that way. I think it's an appropriate use for Thorpe Park. I'll leave my thoughts there for now, unless, you know, well, okay, since I have the mic, I'll just sort of share what I'm thinking about the housing. You know, one of the first thing I did on council when I came on 4 years ago, I remember the evening very well. It was an exciting time. We talked about whether or not to put housing on Thorpe Park, and it was a pretty contentious conversation, and I was certainly of the mindset that we shouldn't do that. It created the wrong precedent at the very least, and it wasn't something I was interested in doing. Since then, we declared a housing crisis, and my own thinking on where we should put housing and when we should do it has shifted, and I expressed a willingness to look into the idea on that site to put, I think it was 4 units, and I said, well, if we have those there, we might as well go 2 stories and make it 8 units. So just thinking out loud, just shooting from the hip, trying to be respectful of the housing crisis and trying to look through that. But you know, sometimes you get caught with your shoe in your mouth when you're making these out loud thoughts. I think it'd be great to have a little bit of housing there. I don't think it's going to work. I'm concerned at one level about the precedent it sets, but I'm far more concerned about Ordinance 425, I believe it's called, which would require us to amend the language, and that is a can of worms I'm just not willing to open. So that's kind of where my thinking has fallen back to on that subject specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember Shimoni, and then we'll go to McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, thank you to staff that have been working on this, community members who have been involved in this process, both here tonight and throughout the years, and to council. We've come a long way, and this is wonderful. I think we're getting to the nitty-gritty of like some of the struggles, and I'm very excited about what is ahead for our community in the space. Amy, my question for you is, you know, I also had a question about the sound, very similar to Councilmember Aslan's. So I guess my question is, at 150 feet, and you know, with the measurement you've done and just like your knowledge, do you feel like this is not, you know, the biggest of concerns in terms of like a sound issue?
I think with a proper distance, with landscape buffer, and even if it's with tiered contours or whatever can be actually designed beyond just this concept, I don't think noise will be an issue with an amenity like this.
You know, and that's a great point. You know, I'm sure the team's been thinking about this too. But if we can do our best to design this in a way that really does do that sound mitigation, I think that would go a long way. Because I do see value in these amenities, and you know, same as Councilmember Aslan, if there is a way to push back, wonderful. But if not, let's keep moving forward. I just want to say I'm just beyond stoked about the Indigenous Community Cultural Center. This is so big for our community, and now that we're starting to, you know, see the end of the tunnel and reach the finish line on this, you know, at least, and you know, really taking some big steps. This is such a huge victory for our community, and this is just such a long time coming and so overdue. So cheers to everybody that's been involved in that. And then lastly, Mayor and Council, on the topic of housing, Councilmember Aslan, I agree. I appreciate your comments, and I have a feeling you're probably in the right place in regards to not wanting to adjust the ordinance. I think that's going to be a fine line to walk. If there was council support and desire to do so, I could be persuaded pretty easily, because I do think that us declaring a housing emergency is a real significant thing, and we need to incorporate housing wherever we can. And I was actually hoping to see more housing on this parcel. So if there is the will, I'd be open. But knowing that I've got 1 week left, I'll let you all kind of decide that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I will say that I went out and toured this site with some of the neighbors over the last week. And I want to make an apology to staff. I've been very supportive of this thing. And I'm going to suggest some changes tonight. And I wish I had done that a month or two ago. But I can't go back and undo that. I don't think this thing is ready. We need to make some more changes before council takes a formal position on it. And just a quick discussion on DB, incomplete thought. Is that DBA or DBC? Is that maximum level or is that average level? You don't have to answer that, but those are the kind of things that I want this council to be sensitive about, because just to say it's 60 dB is an incomplete thought. My guess is it was DBA, and it was probably maximum. but you need to say that. So, you know, if you sit back and look at this, it looks like we're trying to be all things for all people. It's got a little bit of everything in it. Maybe it would be better if we took a simpler approach and kind of focused on passive, quiet recreation. I very strongly think the Indigenous Center is a good idea. And it's my understanding that'll be in the existing old building, the one with the rock building, as opposed to those metal ugly buildings. So I said I went on a tour of it. We had an executive session on it tonight, and I can't talk about that, although I will say the staff gave kind of a pretty good summary of what some of the legal issues are. I think at this point, for practical reasons, we need to take the housing off this. My understanding is the current plan is, what, half a dozen or so housing units. That's not going to make a dent in our housing crisis. And I think it'll, you know, weighing that against the project. Anyway, long story short, I think we need to take the housing off of it. The skate park. You know, it's not real clear from these things that are on the screen, but when I went out and walked there, it looked like a skate park is really close to that house that's over 100 years old. I didn't talk to that gentleman, but I know where it is, and I think we need to move the skate park. I think we need to move it north, possibly up in the northwest corner where parking is now, or at the very least, kind of interchange where the skate park is versus the community gardens. In other words, move them apart. I think ideally, the skate park should go north of those existing metal buildings. Well, here's another idea. Why don't we just delete the skate park under the title of "We can't be all things to all people"? I think we definitely want the Indigenous Center. We want passive recreation that's quiet and compatible. I'm also a little concerned about the traditional ceremonial space. You know, my guess is that's going to involve drumming and things like that that could be very annoying to the people just to the east of there. Maybe we could put that to the west of the building instead of to the east of the building. So just an idea. And I'm also concerned about the flex space, you know, what we're going to allow there. You know, the neighborhood, as Duffy pointed out, has a lot of exposure to various things, but one of the things that I don't know if she mentioned or not, but what's in my mind is the events that we have out at the park. And it might be better to redesign things in a way that is sensitive to the surrounding neighborhood noise-wise. Some people don't consider noise a big deal. Other people consider it a very big deal. And even those people that say it isn't a big deal, it affects them. Anyway, as far as the sustainability building, I'm leaning towards leaving that where it is because it's already there. If they wanted to build that building, I would say no. But since it's already there, maybe we can live with it. On the other hand, if it creates a big hassle as far as getting all these waivers and everything that we talked about briefly, maybe it would be better to move them. And, you know, it might be, this probably isn't going to happen for a year or two at the very earliest. So that would give us time to find a new location for the sustainability offices. So I'm not hard over on that, but just in summary, I don't think we should put housing on this site. And I think we need to move a few things around because regardless of what the drawing is, when you go out there and look at it, it's close to those houses. And I think it would be very intrusive. And so I think keeping the quiet of the area, I think is, to me anyway, very important. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Well, at this point, I will weigh in. I also have concerns regarding the housing and the very large rigmarole we're going to have to go through to even be authorized to be able to do it. So I will voice similar concerns as Councilmember Aslan. Regards to the skate park, I mean, it's basically a playground. I mean, a playground going 150 feet from your house, I don't see as a huge noise issue. And it doesn't happen 24 hours a day. This is 3 to 7 o'clock on weekdays and maybe a certain time on weekends. Just because it's called a skate park doesn't mean it's going to create so much more noise than an average playground. And to me, that's, I don't know, with 4 kids, that's my backyard. But with recognition of a lot of what we're hearing from the public, I would not be opposed if we are able to switch the location of the skate park and pump track with the community garden. And with that other picture, we are already leasing out space for a garden right there as well. So it would be more contiguous with what's already there, create a buffer with the neighborhood. But I absolutely want a skate park in this neighborhood. We need places for kids to play. I mean, what else would you rather them do than be able to have a place to play? It's a playground. Regarding, I already mentioned about the housing, I do feel that with the legal advice given, with the grant agreements, deed restrictions, whatever it may be, that this is going to be a very long and process that may lead to us not being able to actually put housing on there in the end. And especially as how I'm looking at it with 8 parking stalls for what we were previously discussing, 14 potential homes right there that we also don't have any money to pay for. That's just what I'm looking at right here with putting so much in there. There's going to be a lot of people parking in the neighborhood. That's just how it's going to be. There's going to be a lot more traffic, a lot more issues. People aren't going to be able to stay in those homes when between November 1st and April 1st when the snow plows come around. So that being said, I do think a lot of work has been done in this. I appreciate all the public outreach that has occurred, all the work of city staff. I am glad that we are putting in place an Indigenous Community Cultural Center. That has been the key point of what my desire was for this annex. I just would like to say that my opinion is taking out the housing, moving the skate park where the community garden is and the community garden south, creating the buffer with the neighborhood. And then in addition, I do want in this plan to make sure that we do have that pickleball courts included with the graphic that was presented before. Just make sure it's all put together so that way that's not forgotten. And I appreciate you adding that in. Just wanted to reiterate that. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. And I think, I suggested maybe get rid of the skate park, but I think interchanging its location with the garden as shown here might be a good compromise. I would like to speak very briefly about the concept of, children playing right outside and, oh, they're just wonderful little children. Well, I just want to tell you what really happened. I live in Boulder Point, and I'm not going to mention names because I think that would be inappropriate. But I think the police officers in the back know where Fresh Air Street is in Boulder Point, because we would literally have a policeman down at one house a couple times a week. And the man that owned that house, he sued essentially everyone on our street. My son got in a confrontation with this man. Why was this big problem? Because there was a water retention area on Fresh Air Street, and the HOA decided to put swings and, play equipment for children in there. And so the kids were in there, and they were being good kids, but they were noisy, and they literally drove this man crazy. And how did it get resolved? The HOA basically subsidized him moving out of the neighborhood. It was that big of a deal. And it was a big brouhaha. And I don't really want to see what actually happened in Boulder Point happen right here. And that's why I'm suggesting we really do need to be sensitive to the noise issues from the skate park and from the drumming. And incidentally, I don't think we should allow live music in this area, because then we're going to have the same problems we've had at Wheeler Park and big hassles. I don't think we should allow live music in these parks, on this plan. Thank you.
Before I turn it to Vice Mayor, you would be in agreement, though, if we could move the community garden with the skate park, that would create a appropriate buffer, a good compromise to allow the skate park while giving that buffer to the community.
I'd rather see it where the parking lot is now, but I think I could live with that as a compromise.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to everyone in the community who has weighed in on this. A couple of thoughts. I really like the idea of the noise landscape barrier, and I know that you are very conscientious of the neighborhood, and I look forward to seeing what that looks like, and I know that that can make a difference. We have declared a housing emergency, and I will say at first I was excited to incorporate some housing on this project, but after further discovery into it and the amount of housing we'd actually be putting on, I am going to take away that thought and say that I'm good with taking the housing off of this project. And that will also help with parking and noise and cars. So that's one aspect there. The skate park and community garden, I'm good with switching that as long as it does not impede on the Indigenous Community Cultural Center and the peacefulness that we're trying to honor that area with. Those are my thoughts, and I do, again, just really appreciate your hard work on this.
Thank you. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Amy, and thank you to those that have spoken this evening. I believe I'm in agreement or in alignment with the rest of council on this. The thing that I struggle with most on this is obviously the housing question. As a strong advocate and proponent for affordable housing and recognizing the housing crisis that we've declared, that was a big point that I was excited to see in this presentation. However, and I think right now I'm speaking mostly to the fellow housing advocates in our community, is just recognizing the challenges that it presents to put 7 units of housing here. Which is really what the initial ask was. And the fact that there's no guarantee. From my understanding of it, even if we go through that potentially year or longer process, there is not a guarantee that at the end of it we would be successful to get approval to have 7 houses there. So I don't want to say that I am in agreement on just taking it out, but I do understand that it is the biggest challenge I think that we face here, and so I'm not opposed to moving forward without that presentation there. I do want to go back on the skate park concept because at least from my recollection from the initial conversations that we had when this was first presented, that was actually also a really big point of desired land action from the Indigenous youth represented in the Kinlani House. It was something that was very important to them as a way of connecting with the community and the land around the Indigenous Community Cultural Center. So I am certainly in agreement with keeping it there. I'm not opposed to the idea of relocating it slightly or into the parking areas, as Councilmember McCarthy suggested. However, I do want to be mindful of the traditional ceremony space, the piece and the land connection that was requested in the area around there. So I don't know that that far back is necessarily going to be appropriate. And I would want to engage in that conversation with the Indigenous Council at the very least, if not just furthering that conversation a bit, to figure out how that could be moved to create the additional sound buffer for the neighborhood there without sacrificing that space.
Thank you, Councilmember House. I do have a procedural question for City Attorney. So with some of the changes, I'm hearing some consensus that I'll help clarify. But with a few changes, would we be able to still move forward with reading of an ordinance tonight, or would that have to come before us again if it's not concretely what we're seeing in front of us now?
So Mayor and Council, if the changes are such that we can reiterate them and you can all give basically an approval to what those changes are, that makes it easier. However, it is concept only at this point. And if you indicate that you want this brought back to you, you can still do a reading tonight of the concept plan that's in front of you, obviously removing some of the things that all of you have talked about removing, and do a reading on that front. But Rebecca, I'd let you comment on that as well if you'd like.
Thank you. I just want to, we did not propose this as an ordinance or a resolution. It's just an adoption of the concept. So I think that if we could clarify, and here's where I'm going to get myself in trouble with the city attorney and the city clerk, but if we could clarify in the motion what the changes are and then still adopt, and we can work towards that, those changes. I do want to say from a professional lens, what you've requested I think is doable. We can look at even reducing the size of the skate park pump track so that it can be further to the north and add buffer to the south, even if it doesn't totally switch places with the community garden. You know, I think there are some things that we can do to meet the intent of this conversation and still have you move forward with an adoption tonight as long as those intentions are clear.
Thank you.
So if I could follow up, that would be my preference, as well as I know the city clerks as well, if we had that actually in the motion to adopt a concept plan. I was just saying if you didn't have that all nailed down now, it still is a concept plan. It could come back later, but that would be our preference, no doubt.
I'd prefer to move forward tonight, and I am hearing some level of consensus. I would like to move to adopt the concept plan with the following amendments. That the skate park and community garden locations be switched. That the housing portion gets turned into passive space. And that's it. Otherwise, move forward. The housing turned into passive space, and the switching of the community garden with the skate park pump track that'll provide a buffer to the neighborhood, more green space, and hopefully I can get a second and we can move forward with it from council. Councilman McCarthy.
What about some of these other things we talked about, like not allowing live music on the property, as an example?
I would be against that because a lot of this is for ceremonial purposes, and I think that is one of the biggest parts of this, is that we need to be able to have place for ceremonies for our Indigenous neighbors to be able to have. So, you know, in terms of amplified music and big stereo systems, I wouldn't be in favor of that, but setting up something where live music is not allowed due to, I do not want to restrict whatsoever that part of our intent with this concept.
Well, how about amplified music? In other words, you couldn't have electric amplification. You still could have acoustic music.
Councilmember Aslan.
I agree with the mayor. I just think it's premature and potentially problematic at this point to be painting ourselves into certain corners. These are conversations that can move forward in the future. I don't think we need to nail them down right now tonight. We could spend hours on the details of this when it's just really not necessary at this stage.
Is there going to be another stage where this comes back?
I'd be happy to address that if I may.
Thank you, yeah.
This will come back many times to future councils. So just to talk very briefly, if I can, about future steps, we're going to have to go through design work. We're going to have to start cleaning up that historic fleet building that is going to turn into the ICC. Partnerships, all of those will come through council for approval. We can, as we develop this as the park, we can keep this part of a park with its own set of rules that can be established at a later date. That are more in line with how we get to like, we don't even know what the programming will be in the ICCC or how it will be constructed. I think a lot of those things will be worked out with partnerships, and as you've heard from the ICF, the work that they hope to put in partnership with the city. I think there will be a lot of opportunities for future council to have those conversations and give us direction at those times. I don't think we have to nail that down tonight.
And at this point too, this is all completely unfunded. So there's going to be a lot of financial decisions future councilors are going to have to make on how to spend the money to build it. So there's going to be a lot of ample opportunity for those specifics, I believe, in the future. I would like to still be able to move forward with adopting a concept plan tonight to move forward, but I do have Councilmember Shimoni on here, and then I'll move to Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think also Councilmember House might have a comment, but I'll go ahead really quick. Mayor, I just asked in our motion, my question was for staff. I put the Q in there a while ago too. I was just wondering to hear more about, if there were any concerns about us flipping the two, the community garden with the skate park. Mayor, I was right there with you. I think that made sense to me too. But are there any major concerns about that?
Councilmember Shimoni, no major concerns. The contours up by the indoor half courts and the sustainability offices are probably a little bit better for a community garden, but there's still a lot of mitigation to do with these soils anyhow, so I'm pretty confident we can make anything happen with a switch of those two spaces.
Okay, very good. And then, Mayor, my only thought is that maybe in our motion, I heard staff say that they might be able to move things around without totally flipping the garden and the skate park. So just making sure that they have flexibility to do what makes most sense. It might be some kind of combination. I don't know, but I like the direction we're heading in. Thank you.
Thank you. And also just to note that, we're already leasing land for a garden just southeast of that skate park. So I just felt that it also would be rather contiguous for the current purposes being utilized, that the park be moved fully south. I'm willing to, allow some discretion of staff in that. I just think we should be able to move the skate park farther away, move the garden closer to the already existing Ruby Gardens, and allow for that buffer as a reasonable compromise through this conversation.
I like that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we do have that motion, and
I'm prepared to offer up a second to that motion. I did just want to add one more little thing to this. Thanks for going back to that graphic. One other thing that could possibly work here, I wonder if we can enter it into the motion so that it could be explored, is Councilmember McCarthy's idea of swapping the skate park and the pump track with the parking up above the given structures. One thing that might help too is you cut out cars traveling all the way through, bisecting the park to get up into that parking area, and you also free up that 10-foot path to not be crossing a road. So just a thought there. That does get us a little closer, maybe, conceptually to the Indigenous Community Center. But again, I don't have concerns about the noise levels that are going to be coming off of those amenities. And I really appreciate Council Member Howe's reminding us that these amenities were specifically asked for by our Indigenous youth. They will be used by many, many of our youth, and heck, I'll even get out there and break my leg and get that hospital visit I've been talking about. That pump track looks like it's going to be so too intriguing not to pass up. So can we include in that just exploring the idea of maybe two things. Swapping the skate park and pump track with the community garden, and or swapping the state park and pump track with some of the parking up above. And again, I think the major functional benefit of doing that is it keeps cars from driving as far to get into the park. I suppose it puts parking further away a little bit from the community center and the outdoor space on the flex space on the other side. So there are trade-offs, but it looks like that could be plausible as well.
Mayor and
I don't
Council.
know, I'll follow your direction on that, Mayor, if it's your motion, so just a thought.
Thank you. Sterling.
So we do have a motion on the floor that would require a second, and then what you're talking about, Councilmember Aslan, would require a motion to amend the motion, which gets voted on before the actual motion.
Mayor, I second your motion, if that's helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni, and I do see a Councilmember House had her hand up, and then Councilmember Salas thereafter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question, actually, before I guess it would fall under the purview of the amendment, would be if it needs to be quite that specific, could we say that the proposed amendment is to convert the proposed housing area to passive space and re-examine the location of the skate park, so that leaves that open to both proposals without having to say, we'd like to look at what it looks like to shift it to the community garden space, or look at putting it here, or maybe look at putting it over there? Could we just say to re-examine the location of the skate park?
I suggest you offer that as an amendment.
So it would just be a motion to amend the motion, and then you would add whatever you just said.
All right, we have Councilmember Salas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the robust discussion, and I'm leaning toward the comment made by Council Member House. What is asked of us tonight is to approve a concept. And then there will be opportunities to get into the nitty-gritty of the concept as staff move forward with actually designing. Keeping in mind that the city has spent over a year in coming up with this concept that is in front of us, and of course that involves multiple meetings and a robust community engagement plan. And I recognize the speakers from the neighborhood who spoke up earlier. I believe to move forward with this concept tonight, let us be flexible in terms of switching up the skate park and pump track and the parking lot, but move forward with the concept eliminating the employee housing, which I am not quite happy about removing housing, but I do understand that it is quite a Herculean task to move forward with the process uh, of um, of providing housing on this specific location. So if we could move forward with the suggested amendment by Council Member House, and then staff can move forward with the further design. It has been mentioned many times that we don't even have the funding for this project. And at the Parks and Recreation Commission level, they're actually getting ready, and I'm part of that. Even after my stint on council, is the Parks and Recreation Commission, it intends to organize and mobilize a nonprofit organization, which will be the future Friends of Pros, which will help in fundraising for pros programs and capital projects like this one. So just looking ahead, we can be creative and looking for funding opportunities to breathe life into this plan, this concept. So let's adopt this concept as amended, as proposed by Council Member House, and we'll seek community partners in addition to our indigenous circle of Flagstaff and the future Friends of Pros and other community partners and philanthropists who would be willing to invest into this project to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. And I'll just lastly say that, you know, if it's just a switch from the skate park on the community garden, or we're moving the skate park all the way north, all I'm really concerned about is creating that buffer between the neighborhood and the rest of the park activities. But at the same time, we need to consider, okay, well, if we move that north, what's going to be in people's backyard? Would they rather have a community garden behind their house or a parking lot? So I'm willing to do the flexibility of this. Just I'm not set that that needs to be right in this specific location. I just want to be mindful of the community's desires in this and the whole intent for moving the skate park from where it is. If we'd like to give the flexibility for staff to reiterate that, I welcome Councilmember House's motion. We do have a motion on the table, seconded by Councilmember Shimoni, of my suggestion to move the skate park switch with the community garden. If you would like to change that, you're welcome to speak up.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to amend the motion to state that we would adopt the concept for Thorpe Park Annex with the amendment of converting the proposed employee housing to passive space and re-examining the location of the skate park.
I second.
Pump track.
Seconded by Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, and I'll just point out that when the staff is looking at this, that big building there with the metal siding is basically a reflector. So the noise that's made there will hit that wall and then go back down to the neighborhood. So that's even more of a reason to move it where the parking is now. Anyway, I'm supportive.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Councilmember House's amendment?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? That carries unanimously. All right. Now I need
Now
a-
the vote, Nick, call for the vote on the other one, correct?
And on the original motion, all those in favor of the original motion of being more specific of moving, just switching the community garden with the
As amended.
as amended.
Yeah.
Aye.
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 Those opposed? That carries. All right. Woo, we got through it.
Thank you,
Only
everyone.
a few layered motions on top of the original motion. Excellent. All right, then, we are down to agenda item 11C, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2022-33, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 7, Health and Sanitation, Chapter 7-08, extension and reimbursement agreements for the construction of water and sewer line, and Title 13, engineering design standards and specification for new infrastructure, Chapter 13-09, water, sewer, and other underground utilities, by amending the reimbursement agreement provisions to allow a longer maximum payback period, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date. All right, Gary, take us away.
Wow, that was a mouthful. I did.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Gary.
I blame Anya for that one. By the way, I just want to say thank you for not taking a break before this item. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Gary Miller with Water Services. Thank you for considering this item today. This is an ordinance revising our reimbursement agreements and city code to extend our payback periods. You may be asking yourself, what is a reimbursement agreement? Well, a reimbursement agreement is a financial tool that developers can use to help recoup some of the costs associated with the extension of infrastructure, specifically water and sewer costs. To help illustrate how that works, I'm going to use an example that really brought this item to light, and that is Fort Tuthill. Coconino County currently operates Fort Tuthill on septic systems and have been wanting sewer out at Fort Tuthill for some time. So what they did is they extended a sewer main from the University Heights area up in the upper right-hand corner all the way to Fort Tuthill. And as you can see, much of the land that sewer main goes through is undeveloped. And there's a lot of properties in that area that could take advantage or benefit from the extension of that sewer main. So as undeveloped property ties into that sewer main, those property owners would be responsible for their proportional share of the costs associated with extending those sewer mains. So why would we want to revise that payback period? The first reason is consistency with other cities. The two cities that I've looked at or compared to is the city of Surprise and the city of Scottsdale. Both of those cities have a payback period of 20 years. I don't think anyone went above and beyond 20 years, not that I saw. The other reason is the rate of development in Flagstaff doesn't usually lend itself to the current 10-year time frame that we have, and it gives a developer more time to recoup more of those costs associated with that investment. And then finally, this was a past commitment that we consider a revision to city code given to Coconino County when they decided to pursue the extension of the sewer main. So the proposed revision, the substantive portion of this revision is on the screen. I'm not going to read through it. It was provided in the staff summary. But basically it allows for the 10-year recapture period or payback period to go from 10 years to 20 years as a maximum, with a couple of conditions as listed here. The other revisions in the ordinance are basically cleaning up of other code sections such as the engineering standards. And that's all I had as a presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions if I didn't do a good enough job explaining what a reimbursement agreement is.
Thank you, Gary. Any questions? Not saying any, I move to read ordinance number 2022-33 by title only for the first time.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 7, Health and Sanitation, Chapter 7-08, Extension and Reimbursement Agreements for the Construction of Water and Sewer Lines, in Title 13, Engineering Design Standards and Specifications for New Infrastructure, Chapter 13-09, Water, Sewer, and Other Underground Utilities, by amending the reimbursement agreement provisions to allow a longer maximum payback period, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
I said it faster. All right, thank you. We're down to agenda item 11D, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2022-59, a resolution of Flagstaff City Council adopting the 2022 revisions to the Flagstaff Carbon Neutrality Plan. Take us away, Jenny.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here tonight to talk about the revisions to the Carbon Neutrality Plan. We last met in October to discuss this and kind of preface this. And, you know, this is the first annual revision to the Carbon Neutrality Plan. And this is really the first time we will do this, and then we will do it every year. So we're excited to get this process starting. It's really just a chance to check in on our goals and how we're getting to carbon neutrality. I will warn you, I did make a couple additions to this PowerPoint since it was in the packet, so you'll see a couple new slides, but the core message is really that these revisions further the existing goals of the CMP. We're not changing our goals, right? What we're doing is kind of refining our work. And at the end of the day, these are mostly administrative updates and really importantly, combining our two climate documents. So again, we're going to talk about those three types of changes that we've discussed in the past, and then I'll go into a bit of detail on the new target areas. The first revision of the three types of revision we have are, again, the incorporation of new information. So financial investment needed, we have a lot of new information there, the adoption of the 10-year housing plan, and then commitments by our partners. Next, we have standard annual revisions. We do these revisions every year. Our greenhouse gas inventories in some way, like our emissions budget. And then we also will make some minor edits. And then finally, plan consolidation, and that's what I will talk the most about today. But this is really combining the resilience items from our climate action adaptation plan that we passed in 2018 with the carbon neutrality plan. So really a lot is due to the staff members that helped us throughout this process. We had a number of staff members help to really just make sure that as we moved content from the 2018 CAP, you know, stuff on economic vitality and parks and recreation, forests and open spaces, that we were updating it appropriately, right? That we were staying attuned to our goals, but also just refining as needed. We also worked with the county as well as a couple external groups. So this is the big change, and I'm really excited, actually. We used to represent our 9 target areas in what we would refer to as the honeycomb. It was useful to help us think about how these things all worked together. That was kind of the first version of the CMP target areas. And now I'm happy to introduce that we are moving away from the honeycomb. We now have 15 target areas. There are a lot of ways that we're working on carbon neutrality. It feels like a lot. 15 seems a little bit crazy to me, but when you think about it, carbon neutrality is throughout all of our systems, right? It's throughout kind of the way that we build our community. And so it makes sense that there are a lot of ways that we think about how we are making these systematic changes. What this does, I think, do a better job of sort of focusing in on is that we're really talking about our neighborhoods, our energy, our consumption, and our commitments to our community. And so that, we think, really, it represents it well. We have 6 new target areas. So 5 are coming from the 2018 plan, and then the housing plan is represented in Housing for All. So those are the stars right there. I'm gonna go briefly through the new target areas just to refresh everybody so that we kind of have a good idea of what is being transferred in. But again, we're really copying and pasting from the CAP into the carbon neutrality plan with some minor updates. The first one is Housing for All. So that sits in our neighborhoods sort of priority area. And in the Housing for All one, this one was really unique. We tried very, very hard here to create minimal new content. You know, we made some references between the two plans. We talked how they were related. But for the most part, we just copied and pasted from our housing plan, which was exciting because we were really just excited to have the housing plan within the carbon neutrality plan. And so I don't expect you to be able to read the text, but the point here is that there are 4 policy initiatives of the housing plan, and we just made those into strategies in the Housing for All target area. So create, connect, preserve, and protect are now the strategies within the Housing for All target area. The next one that we pulled in is inclusive recreation, and this one's a little bit unique. It was in the 2018 cap, but it was combined into a target area on economic prosperity and recreation. We were trying to do a lot in one target area, and so we took this opportunity to separate those two things, make inclusive recreation its own target area. Everything else pretty much stayed the same. We did create a new strategy to really kind of just highlight our parks the pros staff and their focus on healthy recreation, on equity, on accessibility, et cetera. This target area sets a really exciting vision, to create abundant and equitable access to recreation while thinking about how our community will change in the future. So big thanks to our pros team who set this vision. Next is water security. So this was directly imported from the CAP. It was known as water resources then. And what the change we made for the CMP is we name what we want to see, right? So as opposed to water resources, we want to see water security. And so that is the biggest probably change. There were a few edits reflecting things like the adoption of the Water Conservation Strategic Plan, right? Things that have happened in the 4 years since the 2018 CAP. And a big thanks to our water services friends for their support here. Healthy forests and open spaces, so this used to be referred to as natural environment. It was directly from the CAP and really deals with our healthy forests and open spaces. We like this name a lot better, and we did refine our strategies a bit just to reflect, how things have changed in the last 4 years. We've seen a lot more fires, right, in urban interfaces, right? Community replacing fires in a lot of ways. And so there's a lot more information in there about how neighbors and residents can make their homes more safe. Health and safety, this one we worked with both our facilities team as well as Coconino County on this one, and we really just updated it to think about evolving risks. This target area now starts out with what we had identified as a gap, which is a really clear listing of all of the health risks that are related to climate change and how everything is changing in our community. We also kind of better highlighted the importance of our facilities in creating resilience. Finally, economic prosperity. That is the second half of the economic prosperity and recreation from the CAP. We did add a new strategy about how to help businesses adapt, but again, the goals are the same. It's really just about how we get there. And that is it. So while the revisions are mostly minor, we are deeply excited about these changes to consolidate our plans, to make it easier for the public, but also to set us up for kind of an annual revision and reflection process that we'll be excited to do with council every year. So Mayor and Council, thank you so much for your time in this issue twice now. And there is a resolution about the adoption of the revisions. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jenny. Any questions from council? Councilman McCarthy?
Well, I read the whole thing, and my reaction is I move to read Resolution 2022-59, just by title only.
A second.
Seconded by Councilmember House. Any further discussion? I do have one comment as well. I fully support this. I think it's really great that you all are combining forces, seeing eye to eye and getting things done. What's been done thus far, fully support. I just hope we don't get to a point where we're throwing everything in but the kitchen sink and detract from the main goal of what we want to do. And I know you all are mindful of that. I just need to say that out loud so that way we don't get caught up in the weeds amidst doing a robust plan that combines many of the things that we need to accomplish. Councilman McCarthy?
Good comment.
Thank you. Well, with that, there's a motion on the table. Oh, Councilmember Shimoni has a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express gratitude to Jenny and the team. I think that this was a great update and a great effort, and I look forward to the ongoing revising and checking in every year moving forward. But I really appreciate the effort, and I think y'all did a great job. Thank you.
All right. Without any further ado, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All righty.
Oh, Mayor,
Yep, City Clerk.
a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting the 2022 revisions to the Flagstaff Carbon Neutrality Plan.
Councilman McCarthy?
I move to adopt Resolution 2022-59.
A second.
Councilmember House beat you to it. She already called dibs. Seconded by Councilmember House. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. All righty. Thank you much. Agenda item 11E, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2022-60, ordinance number 2022-34. Resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled Vehicle Noise Code Amendments, and an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code, Title VI, Police Regulations, Chapter 8, Noise Control by adopting by reference that certain document entitled Vehicle Noise Code Amendments, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Good evening. I'm Deputy Chief Lasawicki. This is a first reading of an ordinance, nuisance vehicle noise ordinance that we've heard discussed several times already. So at this point, I'm here with Flagstaff Police Department's legal advisor and also the author of this ordinance, Mary Ann Sullivan, to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Council, questions at this time? Or comments? If not, motions?
Yeah, I'll take comments too.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Chief. Question for you. We received a decent amount of public comment via email on this topic and concern. Just want to recognize those public commenters and appreciate them for engaging. But my question specifically is it possible for us to move forward with such an effort if, while also requiring that it only be utilized as a on-the-spot tool rather than one that we dispatch and add to a queue?
Yes, I think we could do it both ways. I think that the challenge in that is making sure that an officer is at the right place at the right time to be able to capture the data necessary to enforce this rule, this law.
So, Mayor and Council, you know where I'm at with this topic and how I struggle with it. I don't think that this is a public safety issue, but more of a behavioral type of thing that we're trying to regulate, and I have a lot of concern with that, adding that to our understaffed police department. But, Mayor, my comment is I could get on board and be supportive of this if we decouple it from the dispatching approach to addressing this topic. Mayor, to your comment from last week, if an officer is there and this is a tool for them to utilize, great. But if it's something that we're going to be sending officers to respond to 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour after the fact, I feel very opposed to that approach. So I'm glad to hear that we can decouple it, and I'd be interested in doing that if council supports that idea. Thank you.
Mary Ann, could you speak to that, please?
Councilmember Shimoni, thank you. Unfortunately, I don't think that we could legally do what Councilmember Shimoni is suggesting. If the ordinance is in place, like any law or any potential violation of the law, if somebody calls to report that, then the police department will respond. I don't think that we can build into the ordinance police officers won't call or won't respond if called. Otherwise, I don't know that there would be a particular reason to have the ordinance in that case.
I'm not sure I understood the question, and I guess we respond to all calls for service, even if somebody's calling to report somebody who was speeding the day before. So we try and follow up on those as best we can, and we would do the same thing with this ordinance.
Does that help clarify?
Okay,
Councilmember
thank you
Shimoni?
for that added clarification. That helps. And so, council, I don't support us moving forward with this. I want us to be very intentional about how we're promoting public safety through the efforts of PD. this is rather than calls related to a loud muffler. I think this is not the best use of our time and our limited resources. And in talking to officers over the past week, there's a lot of turnover at our police department, and I think that we have bigger issues than adding this to than the issues that this would add to. And if the concern, Mayor and Council, is that we're going to get emails in our inbox, I say bring on the emails. That doesn't bother me. I think that our police officer, well-being and time is more valuable than to address these calls. So I'll be voting no if there is a motion, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. And I will just state I've been thinking a lot through this, and the dollars it will cost, the time it will cost us and our police force when we have larger issues to really deal with in our city. This is, to me, not a criminal issue, and we should focus our police forces on criminal issues, especially when we're so understaffed. So I will also not be voting in favor of this ordinance this evening. But with that, I am happy to entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I think Councilmember Salas chimed in with a C in the chat.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the well-articulated thoughts shared by Councilmember Shimoni tonight and at the previous meeting when we had this discussion. To me, it's also about prioritization of resource allocation. And I fully agree with the thoughts of Mayor as well and Councilmember Shimoni. And I will vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, just a point of clarification. My understanding is this is not a criminal violation. This would be a civil. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilmember McCarthy, the proposed ordinance makes this a civil violation, so not a criminal violation. Consistent with our other discussions on this, it requires a warning for a first offense, and so then a fine wouldn't come into play until a second offense.
All right, so I am going to support this. There's nothing in here that tells our policemen that they have to go out and, maybe they will respond, maybe they won't. There's nothing in this ordinance says that a policeman has to go every time somebody makes a complaint. At least that's the way I understand it. I would assume that the police department would use their own discretion. Let's be honest. I've actually gone out with my sound meter to try to find some noisy vehicles. And the truth of the matter is, they're hard to find. But they do occur from time to time, and when they do occur, they're outrageous. And they're really bugging a lot of people that live in the neighborhoods just north and west of here. So out of respect for those people, I think we should at least put this on the books. I've talked to the chief of police about it. He will use his discretion. His department will use his discretion on how to enforce it. They're not going to go out and waste massive use of police time on this. Obviously not. The police department uses their discretion on what to respond to, how timely to respond to it, and they will use common sense. So I'm not scared about it at all. Has anyone made a motion?
You are welcome to do so.
All right, so.
Councilmember Shimoni does have a comment before you.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember McCarthy, I appreciate your comments. I just wanted to say that they will respond, and they do respond to every call. They don't use discretion in terms of what they respond to. They will put them into different categories, as we learned about earlier today. But they will respond to everything on the queue. And you better believe if residents are making calls about sound, they're going to respond to those calls. And it will be after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas, I see you have your hand up in the chat. I don't know if that's a relic or you're wanting to chime in again.
Oh, it's a relic. Oh.
No problem. Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, I'll just point out again, there's nothing in this ordinance that requires the police to go out. Their current policy is to respond to every call. If that becomes impractical, they will change that policy. Anyway, so I move that we read Resolution 2022-60 by title only.
A motion by Councilmember McCarthy. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Aslan. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a point of clarification, maybe. I mean, what currently happens if someone calls about a noise violation? Do the police not respond right now?
We do respond.
So in my understanding of this, this is inputting an actual remedy to a situation that has not had one. I don't think it's necessarily saving time or creating a new measurement of having to respond. My understanding is that it's simply adding a measure of weight to the actual response. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Nay?
Nay.
Nay.
That motion carries 4-3. City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled Vehicle Noise Code Amendments.
Councilmember McCarthy, would you like to follow up with the additional ordinance read?
Just for clarification, I'd like to know who the yes votes for myself, Mr. Aslan, and
Councilmember House and Vice Mayor Sweet, and the nays were myself, Councilmember Salas, and Councilmember Shimoni.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the time that took. I move to read ordinance 2022-34 by title only for the first time.
A motion by Councilmember McCarthy. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember House. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay? That motion carries with the same 4-3 vote. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title VI Police Regulations, Chapter 8, Noise Control, by adopting by reference that certain document entitled Vehicle Noise Code Amendments, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
All right, thank you much. Now we are moving on to agenda item number 12, our discussion items. And then agenda item 13, our future agenda item requests. 13A is a citizen's petition titled Timely Public Access to Traffic Study Data. Mr. Bowden.
Ready for me? Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Bauman, City Traffic Engineer. Here with a really quick presentation, and most of it's just a little bit of background on this first citizen petition, timely public access to traffic study data. There we go. This slide I've just summarized. Uh-oh. It's going to do it, isn't it? Maybe we're okay. Okay, this one I just summarized exactly what the petition says, and I'll just read it for your help and the record. The petition's asking City Council to establish a policy requiring staff to provide traffic study data to the public within 15 days of any request, or at least 7 days prior to any meeting, like a City Council meeting or Transportation Commission meeting, or a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, where the data is set to be discussed, to discuss the findings and allow the public to present their interpretation of the data. This is roughly the current city process for public records requests. There's a lot more to it, but this is very summarized. So if a records request comes in related to public records, we already have an established process, and that is worked through the city clerk's office, and it's based on Arizona Public Records Law, and I've cited that here in a couple of slides. If the request is for creation of new data or reports or spreadsheets, then that's not covered by public records requests. We're not required to create new reports. A couple of issues, transportation kind of took the lead on this one, but we also worked with the city attorney's office and the city clerk's office because all of us work together on these public records requests. And here's a couple of things that came up as we started thinking about this week.
Mr. Bowman, could you speak more into the mic? They're having troubles on Teams hearing you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're too tall. That's the problem.
This has happened before. I've leaned into it. So a couple of issues raised by the petition based on some staff discussion is there would be an administrative burden of having multiple processes for public records requests. Some pieces of information would have transportation data and some would not, and they would be kind of in the same document but following different rules and procedures. That seemed like a bit of an issue. This could be some confusion for both the public and staff. And the petition as drafted is very broad and would include traffic data that's not actually created by the city. It could include traffic data produced by developers for projects. So there's a couple of issues with how that's worded when we took a look at this. Here's the citation of how we do it today with the Arizona Public Records Law. ARS states that any person may submit a request or be furnished, so we can either let people examine the record or we can furnish a copy of the records. The time it takes to respond to a request will depend on the complexity, of course, the volume of the responsive documents and other factors. Sometimes these requests come in very broad and we return a lot of documents and sometimes they're very specific. And again, as I stated before, under Arizona Public Records Law, public agencies are not required to create new documents if that's what the request pertains to. So quickly getting to our recommendation, staff recommends that we don't continue with this citizen petition. And that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman.
Sure.
All right, with that, I'd like to call up our public participant, Brian Lee Wilson.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Lee Wilson, and I've lived in Boulder Point for 20 years. I've attended most of the Transportation Commission meetings over the last several years and listened to discussions about traffic concerns, both in Boulder Point, but also from across the city. A key input into those discussions has been traffic study data collected and presented by city staff. I appreciate data and respect its value. To give you some context for this petition, I'd like to share a couple of my bona fides. I have formal training in quantitative methods. I received my undergraduate and graduate degrees from Stanford University in a field that's now called data science. I started analyzing large data sets 50 years ago, and I'm interested in looking at this data. I've requested raw data for many traffic studies, and I want to say that staff has done a great job in most cases. But there have been some important exceptions, which is why I'm here today. One exception is not getting data at all, or getting it too late to use, which is really the same sort of problem. The other concern is data that's not consistent with findings presented by staff. I think these are important issues. Without access to the data, a member of the public is not able to raise a concern or potentially shift the tenor or trajectory of a discussion. One recent example of both problems is the new traffic circle at University and Majestic that was reviewed and approved June 1st. Now, staff had a slide in their deck reminding us they're not required to create new documents, and I'm not asking for new documents. Staff has already provided me this information for about 15 traffic studies, and I'm happy with that. All I want is to be sure that I actually get the data. And this petition is just requesting that council establish a clear policy that stipulates access versus an optional approach of I'll get to it if or when I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Council, do we have questions or comments?
I have a question for our city clerk. Do you know how many names are on the petition?
If you give me just a moment, I'll be
Maybe
happy to
Brian
grab
has
that.
that memorized.
Yeah, both petitions have close to 100. I don't know if they actually made 100. Also, before I put in the, or after I submitted the petitions, I've gotten additional ones. I got more from Boulder Point, actually on this data question. I also got from additional signatures from communities that also had traffic studies that support getting access to the data. A couple from Pine Knoll Village and over by Rio Homes. So it's close to 100 if it's not 100.
Thank you. Well, my personal opinion on this is I think we do need to do more data sharing. I think it's important to have that access to the public, but how this is worded and the timelines that are very specific can be very burdensome for employees in terms of, for example, 15 days. I mean, we have cases where we just find out a grants coming out, or there's a deadline for budgets requests or something that can really make it burdensome. So I would be willing to look more into how we can provide more open data sources to the public, but how this fair has been worded in terms of the specific timelines, I think is too much for us to be able to expect of a lot of our engineering department, especially in high times we're facing. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I think my comments are somewhat similar to yours, and that I don't know if this future agenda item is going to move forward, but I will say that I think it definitely should be the goal of our staff to cooperate with interested citizens and provide data in as soon as possible in a practical manner. And I think in general that is done, but I'm just saying that that's my recommendation that be done. And I don't think these staffs, I don't think the staff would have an argument with that.
So is that do you want to move forward with the?
I didn't say that.
Okay. You don't support moving it?
I'll wait till we do thumbs up, and I get 2 votes.
Councilmember Shimoni?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman McCarthy, for your comments, and to staff and to the member of the public who helped organize this effort and who's here tonight to speak. I see a lot of value in this. Maybe not the exact date time frame that is listed, but that's something that we could work on, I believe, as this fair progresses, if there is council support. I've worked with many in the community who have tried to really be on top of the data and the information and the opportunities for public engagement on transportation subjects who have really struggled with communication and receiving data and their answers or questions answered in a timely manner. And so I can relate to those who are struggling with, data that's shared last minute, and then you don't have time to process it, ask questions, and organize. I think that the community is asking to be more involved and have more of a seat at the table, and I support that. And Mayor, I think from your comments, you do too, and Councilman McCarthy, I believe you feel that way too, to a degree as well, of course. But I'd be curious if we were to allow this to move forward, and then in the discussions ahead, play with different numbers. I think that we have that flexibility. So just wanted to share that with the council. Thank you.
If Sterling, if you could clarify on that, we do have to stick specifically to this language, correct, if we want to move forward?
So if you want to move forward with the citizens petition as posted, then you would need to support moving forward with it tonight. If you want to bring something else back, a different fare, something similar to it, a council member can propose that if this doesn't move forward.
Okay, so here's what I like about this petition, is that it has at least 7 days prior to any meeting. I think that is a very, very reasonable request. The part that I have some trepidation about is providing the traffic study data to the public within 15 days of any request. So that's the modification that I have trouble supporting. And is that possible to be modifying?
The petition was submitted as is. If you want to ask for a fare and to from later with a modified approach to it, then that would be the vehicle to do that.
Thank you. That was my understanding. With that, any further comment? I'm popping back and forth through the agenda. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, Mayor, got a quick follow-up question for Sterling. So if council did move forward with this fair, because I do like that this was brought to us by the citizens and rather than going through a council fair process, if council did support this fair moving forward, at the next discussion on this topic, when it's properly agendized, could council at that point then request that we remove the 15 days from this topic as it progresses forward at the next council meeting? Does that make sense, Sterling?
Yes, it does. And if after the council supports moving the fair forward as is, the discussion opens up from that point forward. But it's just whether or not tonight there's 3 in support of moving this forward.
So, Mayor, this has momentum. I think we should get behind it. We can remove the 15. I agree with you, Mayor, on your comments and concerns. And that could be removed by the council when this comes up next. But I think we should get on board with this effort and get behind it, council. Thank you.
I would support that. I just don't support the whole 15 days aspect. But the more data we can share with the public, especially 7 days before a meeting happens, provide the traffic data, I think that's a very reasonable thing for us to be able to do. So, Councilman McCarthy?
Well, I'll just point out that council does not get the packet for the Tuesday meeting until the close of business on Friday. So that's 2 weekend days and basically 1 business day. So I'm just pointing out that we don't get that good a service and don't expect it and don't need it.
So we're getting into the discussion itself. Yep. Do we have 3 that want to move this forward?
I'm only hearing 2, myself and Shimoni at this point. Councilmember House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I will support moving this forward. I think it's worth having the discussion. I don't necessarily agree with the language that's been presented here, but I would like to see the discussion have an opportunity to happen.
Thank you, Councilmember House. We do have support to move this forward. With that, without any further commentary, we are down to agenda item 13B, a citizen's petition titled Traffic Calming in Boulder Point.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Jeff Bauman, City Traffic Engineer. This petition is for Boulder Point Traffic Calming Petition. Again, summarizing the petition is requesting the City Council direct staff to continue working with residents to develop an expanded system of traffic calming features in the Boulder Point neighborhood. There's a little bit of background. Speed concerns have been an ongoing issue on University Avenue. Our earliest records, I think, are 2007 when this first became an issue with the Transportation Commission. We've tried several different things, including restriping the road as it exists today with parking lanes to narrow the road. So that was a result of the 2007 projects. This came back up about April of 2020, just prior to the gate opening. And the current arrangement of traffic calming that is being proposed in the neighborhood is a pair of traffic circles on University Avenue, kind of at the the eastern end, some roadway narrowing at a pedestrian crossing, and a pair of raised, actually 3 sets of raised crossings near the Woody Way Gate is the current configuration that has been through Transportation Commission. Actually had some city council discussion as you've had petitions on other items related to this. One of the areas in Boulder Point that has come up from citizen request is Highland Mesa, which is a parallel minor collector road in the neighborhood. At citizens request, we've done 8 traffic studies on that street in 3 years, and through those 8 studies, none of them have warranted traffic calming devices based on the Transportation Commission's residential traffic management guide. I won't go through all of these, but there's been a number of public meetings over the last 3 years. This says 8. There may have actually been a few more, but roughly 8 public meetings regarding these traffic calming projects. In the residential traffic management guide, there is an appeal process, and it states that an appeal should be made to the traffic engineer within 10 days, in that 10-day window after the Transportation Commission meeting where the decision was made. The decision was made to move forward with the circles and the raised crossings on June 1st. Staff have moved forward, hired a designer, and we're actually well on our way with that design for all of those devices. So our recommendation is that we keep moving forward with the current design because we agree that the speeding on University Avenue is a real concern and does meet those thresholds of the residential traffic management guide. And then the last piece here is that design will be brought back to the Transportation Commission for review, and the neighbors invited in February. That's the end of this one for me.
Thank you, Jeff.
Sure.
That, Brian, if you'd like to come up to the stage.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. As a quick overview, the Woody Way Gate was opened in April 2020. Initial traffic was 70% higher than forecast, and it's impacted the entire neighborhood. Axe handle is up almost 900%. Highland Mesa has tripled, and that's a street that was already carrying loads above design limits. Increases are seen throughout the neighborhood, not just a couple of intersections. Staff has installed trial strategies, and although there has been some slight reductions in speed, none of the features have reduced volumes. And in some cases, they've created safety risks for pedestrian and bike traffic. In other areas where nothing has been done or is planned to be done, volumes have exploded and speeds remain elevated. Councilmember Shimoni and others have frequently commented on bicycle safety. We surveyed all 465 owners and 305 responded. 75% want a more comprehensive approach with better bike and pedestrian protections. Earlier, Councilmember Shimoni suggested a holistic approach. And Councilmember Aslan said this is a big problem that's only going to get worse and we need a different solution. In June, Commissioner Morley wondered whether a new approach was needed. We agree. Councilmember McCarthy has reminded us the city committed to Presidio that they would open the gate after construction was completed. That's true, and it's memorialized in the development agreement. But the city also made a promise to Boulder Point. It said that city staff would initiate a neighborhood traffic management program and develop a system of features acceptable to the neighborhood. And that's exactly what we're asking for. Now, I think staff showed the slide saying their Highland Mesa traffic studies don't support mitigation, but that's based on a different criteria that was developed over a decade after this original promise was made. And that's long after everyone in Boulder Point had already bought their homes based on that original promise. Staff also talks about a 10-day window of appeal. This isn't an appeal, it's a petition to continue work with enhanced public engagement and to consider new paths going forward. And that's not unprecedented. So if you're planning to keep your promise to Presidio, we're also asking that you also keep your promise to Boulder Point. And that means calming traffic throughout the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Councilmember Aslan.
Mr. Wilson, I will fully support this petition moving forward. I appreciate you reflecting my comments from before accurately just a moment ago. And you know what? I also appreciate you being here with us all night. I saw you here when I arrived, and that means you were here before I even got here in person. Your engagement is authentic. It's felt, the passion and the personal frustration that I know you share with other residents is on display, and I want to be supportive of your effort to more fully engage the community on this topic specifically. I wasn't able to reach a level of support on the last petition, but this one is something that I am happy to support in solidarity with you and other residents of Boulder Point. Thank you for your engagement.
Oh, thank you.
Go. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, 2 points. Jeff Bowman, I have a question for you. My recollection is that the appeals procedure that the Transportation Commission was only enacted or agreed upon just in the last several months. I think that was on a very recent agenda. Now, maybe that part of the policy pre-existed. So can you address that?
Thank you. Yeah, the Transportation Commission is in process of reviewing the Residential Traffic Management Guide, which you've been to several meetings. The 10-day appeal was in the original document from 2012, 2014.
Okay, that's good. But I will say that the Transportation Commission thoroughly studied this issue and made their recommendations. So in effect, what is being asked that we overrule the Transportation Commission and ask them to go back and redo what they already did. I mean, they spent a lot of time, I was at the meeting, they spent a lot of time discussing the pros and cons of this, and I had some concerns. I guess my major concern, real quickly, is that the bike lanes have been compromised. We're putting cars in the bike lanes now. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Any other comments or questions from City Council? Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also going to support this one moving forward and echo Councilmember Aslan's comments. Mr. Wilson, first of all, just thank you for being here with us all evening. To reiterate, you were here from the beginning of the meeting, and it's clear that you've put a lot of thought into this citizens petition, and it's speaking to the needs of your community. My understanding of this might be slightly different than Councilmember McCarthy's in that I don't believe they're being asked to go completely back to the drawing board or reverse course. I believe it's a request to continue the work that's being done and consider furtherance of that work, and that I definitely would support furthering that conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember House. We have 2 in support right now. We'll need a 3rd to move forward. Councilmember Schmidt.
Mayor? Thank you. Councilmember House spoke so well on this topic. I'm just going to say that I echo her sentiment and just, double underline that word continue. That's what I'm looking at right now on my screen, and I think that really makes all the difference in my eyes. So I do support that. And I also want to thank Brian for being with us and his passion and the community working with the city to improve traffic calming in their neighborhoods. We have an issue, and it's all across Flagstaff, and we need more support, which we'll talk about in the budget for more employees to help Jeff and the team. But we need to be, working as much as we can to make our streets appropriate for our community. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have 3 to move forward with both fair items, so thank you, Brian.
Mr. Mayor, point of information, may I ask the timing on on when it'll be on the normal agenda. I only asked that because 2 weeks from today, I'm going to be in an operating room with, a new hip. And, I know that,
Yeah.
you guys have your meetings on.
It won't be that soon. It does go into the queue with the other future agenda item
Perfect.
requests
That's
we
fine
have.
with me.
So, yes, it will
Thank you
be
for the interruption.
in the next year. Yeah. Thank you. All right. With that, we are moving on to agenda item 14, public participation. I don't see that we have anyone at this time. So down to agenda item 15, informational items 2 from mayor, council, and staff, and future agenda item requests. We'll start in the opposite order with Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wow, long productive meeting today. Thank you so much, everyone. So tomorrow is the Stone Soup Community Dinner at the Murdoch Center. I'm a soup sponsor. And on Friday is the open house for Icona, 2 to 4. And this Saturday is the Holiday Lights Parade in downtown Flagstaff. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. Just looking over the calendar here. What I'd like to do is I would like to request that city leadership reach out to the incoming Attorney General to officially invite them to appear before council in person or virtually as early as next month. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy? Yep. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to do a huge thank you to the Downtown Business Alliance and our pros team. They worked really hard on the tree lighting that happened last weekend, and it was a huge success. Great job. And I will be at the light parade this Saturday and looking forward to that.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to let everyone know that the Coconino County Recovery Court graduation is tomorrow at noon. I won't be able to attend due to the Indigenous Commission meeting at the same time, but hoping that someone from council or mayor, vice mayor might be able to attend. But just congratulations to those graduates. Councilmember Salas, thank you for bringing up Stone Soup, and hope you feel better yourself. And then just wanted to, recognize a long meeting. Well done, everyone. Thank you, staff, leadership, members of the public, mayor, and vice mayor for chairing when you did. Everyone did really well tonight, and we've reached the end. So have a good night, and thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me see, sorry. I will also be a soup sponsor for tomorrow's Community Stone Soup Dinner, so I am excited to see the community for that event. Also was able to participate in the Winter Wonderland tree lighting, and just want to note that Vice Mayor is understating that a little bit because I believe she helped Santa flip the switch, which was a really fun moment to be able to watch and be part of. If council will indulge me for just one moment, last week I was also able to attend a seminar titled Exploring the Mental Health of Native American Communities, sponsored by Mental Health America. It took a very challenging but important look at generational trauma, the effects of trauma and cultural PTSD on Indigenous relatives, and the importance of Indigenous self-care and decolonized, trauma-informed, and identity-affirming mental health in communities that are serving our Indigenous neighbors. It was a beautiful webinar, and I think it's something that I know I'm taking with me into the remainder of this year and certainly into next year, just as we think about the various ways in which we serve our community. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing else tonight.
All right, and I'm good for this evening. Do you have something else, Councilmember Aslan?
Yes, I am also sponsoring a soup for the Stone Soup event tomorrow. Just wanted to say so.
All right, with that, hold on. I don't know who took my little, what do you call them? The little, I got the gavel. What's the gavel stand? I don't know. I'm just going to have to break the table. Meeting adjourned.